morning, welcome along to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series, where it is, of course, the decisive day in who tops a group and gets that first place at finals night. Well, let's see how the land lies going into the day with yesterday's highlights. Well, 4 players go into Wednesday in a fight for third place. Benito is still in the Group B battle after 2 wins on Tuesday. Quantock produced a 147 clearance and is still in the frame for a top 3 finish himself. As is Jamie Durrant, slightly better return for him. Some impressive stuff this week. Uncle Glenn will be pleased. Looks like it could be him or Jim McEwan finishing in P3, the Scotsman. Granite as ever, producing some big moments at the right times. But it is a 2-man contest for top spot. Andreas Harrysson won all 5 on Monday, but slipped up a little yesterday. So in pole position, Darryl Pilgrim, who produced a perfect day, is top of the table and winning the fight. Yeah, interesting day yesterday, Glenn. Harrysson losing a few of his games and Pilgrim just swept up. Yeah,
we did talk about Andreas as the potential of being unpredictable, maybe lacking a bit of consistency. Darryl Pilgrim is the real deal. I've been so impressed with him, and I think the opening statement we made is he could throw the first dart on Monday and the last one on Saturday, and I'll stand by that. OK, well, let's see how the table does lie. And look, there are only really 2 players in that race. That's what the bookies think as well. Pilgrim and Harrysson playing the second match of this morning. If Pilgrim wins it, this is over, isn't it? Yeah, 6 points clear with 8 points to play for. It's all over by the shout in there. But, you know, for the neutral, Andreas winning that second game would make it a little bit interesting. I can't see it. Pilgrim is looking very, very good. And I imagine a lot of the comms and presentation today will be focused on that bronze medal finish, if you like, third place, because Mike Gillett, last week, he came through third in Group B, ended up winning it, so getting into Group B gives you that advantage. I know there's a lot of new people watching as well, a lot certainly watching for our Jamie as well at the North East, and the importance of being in finishing third is in Group B, 3 from 5 go through, whereas in Group C, 2 from 6 go through. So it is important, in my opinion, to finish third, and you play on the night. I know that's what Jamie's target is. Watch out for Quantock today. I fancy him to have a good run. He's not missing much in practice. Right, one final reflection on yesterday then with the numbers from Tuesday's play. There they are. Watch out for Quantock, you said. He had the highest checkout, the 147 clearance. Yeah, incredible that it's in Crucible week, but look at that overall average as well, 88.54. That's stunning. And just to highlight the sort of inconsistency from Harrysson, despite having a poor day by the standard he'd set 24 hours earlier, 10-dart leg. He's got the class, he's got the pedigree, he's got the CV, he just needs the consistency. Yeah, there's no point looking at the betting for today. It is a couple of horses in the race, and one of them is really, really short odds in Darryl Pilgrim. But what we will do is look at your selections, Glenn. Chance for you to redeem yourself. Yeah, like I said, Pilgrim is the real deal. I expect him to go deep and really big, and the poor victim would be Quantock on this occasion. Exactly the same with Benito Van De Pas. And Andreas Harrysson, I think he's got a classy... I did see improvements there with Benito, so it's all about the handicap betting. Some big wins for Pilgrim and Harrysson today. First 3 matches are all quite significant based on what we've just spoken about. The second match, of course, for the title in this group, and that place at finals night. Yeah. But in the first one, it's Jim McEwan against Quantock, and then Jamie plays Benito in game 3. If the 2 players in the lead win, it could really get separated in the group. Yeah, exactly. And if Jim McEwan sort of wins and Jamie wins, it could be a straight fight out for third place there. Lots of if, buts and maybes. Sit back and enjoy, but don't miss game 2. I think he's just done my bit there, so I'll hand you over to Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series. We kick off with the battle between Jim McEwan and Quantock, a game which already could have huge ramifications in the race for a Group B place. A reminder of the importance of that, knowing that it'll be 3 from 5 who make it through that particular group. So, Jim McEwan, both of his days have seen him win 2 of his 5 fixtures. He'll be looking to make a bit of a kick today to ensure that third place with Pilgrim and Harrysson, well, way past them in the rear view mirror in the podium positions in first and second respectively. They go toe to toe. As the boys on the balcony rightly mentioned, in game 2 of our morning here. And, well, that could pretty much rubber stamp who goes through that particular group, especially if Darryl Pilgrim can pick up a win. But for Chris Quantock, he's getting into the swing of things once again. Hasn't played too much darts over recent times. But this is the thing with this Super Series format. You play so many match games that you can work your way into form, even if the amount that you've played over recent times isn't as much as you would like.
Yeah, I've got some in-house sort of information and speaking with Jamie, mainly about Jamie's game, of course. But he said in practice, Chris Quantock is just not missing. Even when they're going on that board he's thrown on right now, he's been the outstanding player of the 6. He said he stood behind him and he's not missing. So for Chris Quantock, how does he transfer that practice routine, that practice game into match conditions, and also motivation as well now? He's obviously finishing in 5th place. He knows he can't top the group now. So it's all about just setting your own internal targets. But, you know, listening to Jamie, he said the guy in your picture right now,
96.
a guy who's won Challenge Tour, he's played on the Euro Tour, won games on the Euro Tour, and Henry had a good cue skill. He finished in 18th place with some great wins over Dylan Slevin, James Hurrell, Mike Warburton,
81.
Sean McDonald, Scott Baker. He can play the game.
Well, that's effectively a game of Super Series Guess Who, them lot.
Yeah, but don't you think Q School and Challenge Tour now is the who's who of MODUS Super Series? It is the platform that amateur players want to play in now.
As you mentioned, it's a major event in the amateur system. It's an amateur TV major title if you pick up the 20 grand, I feel.
The World Masters, £30,000, changed my life, 2015.
97.
And the winner
Junior
a week on
Award
Saturday,
62.
it could do exactly the same for them. McEwan looks at 62. I think he likes treble 18 on this. Yeah, he does.
Game shot on the first leg, Jim McEwan.
Slow but sure. Gets to the winning line. That was very, very impressive.
Second leg, Chris to throw first.
Such
Game
a
on.
solid player. We thought yesterday was moving Tuesday, McEwan. It didn't work for him yesterday, but that's
140.
a fine way to start the day, Henry.
Yeah, I spoke a little bit to both of these players, actually, following the conclusion of the session yesterday. And Jim was just a little bit disappointed with his efforts. He felt as if he could have clawed out
58.
more from his week so far. But he's a type of player, though, that when you get him into a second group and every player is going to be on the equilibrium in terms of 0 points, he can be a real dangerous player as a consequence of it. He's one of the most experienced players in this particular format. He knows all the intricacies. He'll know that winning Group A doesn't necessarily lead to success and that
30.
you can still build your way throughout the course of the week towards Saturday night.
Yeah, I think one of the disappointments for Jim is, I think if there was one player who would like a
95.
couple of days off, it would have been Jim. Just because, yeah, I think the age, your body comes into consideration at that point. But it'd be, I said, if I was talking to him, I would say,
81.
you know,
Chris,
it's a different route to winning
170.
Saturday night. You haven't smashed Group A like you've done many times. So go and win it a different way. Keep positive. His throw looks great. I think that was his biggest concern, sort of speaking to him last
44.
time. So lots of positives. Now it's the belief again. Getting that fear to the other players.
As he joked to me yesterday, Jim, Dow's the only player that if he wins the group can actually go home
100.
before the Saturday night's
Chris
final because of locality.
126.
Yeah, we talked about that, me and you, didn't we? That's sensible from Quantock. The execution's poor. Would be happy with that. He might look at the bullseye.
86.
And what he did there, 1-2-6, predominantly you were going the 19s, but what he did there, he looked at Jim McEwan's score. He can't finish and just laid up. And all Jim can do is pepper this treble. It doesn't get much better than that.
Chris, you require 40.
Jim's 12th of the week.
On the second leg, Chris Quantock.
And what Chris Quantock can do is 1 minute you look and the next minute he's through 12 darts, he's on a double, pings
Third
double
leg,
tops,
Jim
and you
to
think,
throw first.
where has he
Game
been
on.
all week? But I can promise every person who's listening in now and watching that Chris Quantock, don't be surprised if he lifts the title on Saturday night. That's how good he is.
140.
And to be fair, that's how good every player is in this group here.
Solid start to this. The game 1 of 15 for our day here at the Super Series.
58.
Pilgrim against Harrysson, which could well be the decider for the group is going to come up after this one, and we'll head all the way down to around about 2:15, 2:30 throughout the course of our day here at the Live Lounge, and hopefully with some brilliant darts, perfect darts, just like that, the second of the game for Jim McEwan.
I have to say, Henry, that first dart by Jim McEwan is the best dart he's thrown this
100.
week. Everything clicked, and then all you've got to do then it's the replication. But that first dart, if he looks back of how he wants to throw a dart, Jim, if you do look back at your games, look at that first dart, or your fourth dart of the third leg of day 3. It was perfect.
Jim is a watcher back of his matches and just of darts in general. He's a
81.
big darts nut.
Jim require 116.
Jim's only had the 100 plus finish this week, a 144, so he'd be looking at this 116, very gettable. Andreas Harrysson has been the guy for 100 plus finish if you're looking at any spread betting, anything like that. He's had 5 big finishes, but the highest finish in snooker week is by the man in your picture who had a 147 yesterday.
44. Jimmy require 24.
That's McEwan. It's double 12 for 13. Now long for double 6. It's found. It's 2-1 McEwan.
Another quality game. You know, very early in the morning. See them blown on the fingers there until the room warms up. It's wonderful conditions. One of my nephews is here, Lewis, and he just threw there earlier without a dart in his hand. He said, you know, I have dreams to play here now one day.
180.
Great work once again by our referee, Danny McNamara. I'm sharing the house with him this week. He's a lot cleaner than Owen Binks, that's for sure.
To be honest, you can't get any more untidy than Owen Binks. I suppose you've enjoyed the fact that it's been quieter in the house this week without Owen Binks.
No, I've totally missed him and Charlie this week. You 3 lads, you make me feel very young. I'll be missing our Thai meal tonight, that's for sure.
Oh, don't.
100.
Just noticing something.
140.
Are they back to the... I think this week, Chris Quantock's been going through the Ricky Evans dart and the Nathan Aspinall dart. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he may have even changed darts during this game.
Chris require 158.
Yeah, that's gone back more towards the Aspinall type dart, hasn't it? For Chris Quantock.
Which goes against everything Jamie was telling me, that whatever dart he's been using in practice, he hasn't missed. He said he does not leave the practice board. He'll play this game and then he will practice till his next game. He said honestly said he can turn the switch at any time this week, but a concern is the switch I wouldn't want to see is the switch of darts.
More switches than a floodlight panel.
60.
Top to Quantock.
20.
Not found, and so
Jimmy requires
McEwan returns for 76 for a 3-1 lead. This would be for the break of throw. And it's going to be 2 in his hand at double 8 to accrue that break. And accrue it he does to lead 3-1 and to move him within a leg of victory.
This is the best I've seen, Jim. I don't mean his average is anything like that. I haven't got the stats to back that up at the moment. But just everything about him, his demeanour, his body language and his throw is about as good as it gets. This is a very promising signs for Jim McEwan. It's a marathon, not a sprint this week. He's probably already thinking Group B or Group C. But right now, if I was in B or C, I'd want him in the opposite.
You don't want a man as dangerous as him 46. Lurking around your group.
Scaring me there.
Oh, I'll scare you some more, Glenn. Because these darts are scarily good for McEwan. He's averaging 105.
100.
I'm trying to think of the advert now with that same voice, but it's very unnerving.
59.
Alvin and the Chipmunks. Four 180s, Jim. 4? That's insane.
You had your Weetabix this morning, boy.
26.
But
Jimmy
what a
require
fantastic
41.
game. Let's look at all the positives. Jim McEwan has waited till day 3. We thought yesterday was going to be his moving day. This has been sublime. This has been sensational. Double 10 for a stonking 4-1 win.
Shot and
Jim
a match,
McEwan
Jim
is on the
McEwan.
move. He'll be absolutely delighted with that victory. Chris Quantock's thinking, what on earth has just hit me there? Well, I'll tell you what's just hit you, Chris. A 105.13 average from the Scotsman. He was sensational. 4 180s, 4 from 6 on the checkout. An absolute delight to commentate on. Big respect to Jim McEwan. Is that the hors d'oeuvre? Because the main course is to come. Top of the table clash. Darryl Pilgrim versus Andreas Harrysson. Don't miss that one.
The big one, the showdown at the Super Series Summit as league leader Darryl Pilgrim plays second place Andreas Harrysson in a battle for top spot. Pilgrim is 4 points clear, so a win here, and you would have to say that that place at finals night is as good as sealed for him. But both have a win over each other this week. Both have gone unbeaten for one of the 2 days so far, but only one can qualify from this group. So does Darryl's domination continue, or can Harrysson hit back? There's only one way to find out. Now, not fight, play darts. Henry and Glenn will talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. And this is the showdown, the one at the top. The two main players so far this week going toe-to-toe for pretty much, it feels, even at this early stage on Wednesday morning, for the Group A glory, for the honours, for the first spot into Saturday night's final. And a little bit like what we're about to see later on this evening, it has a feeling of either game on or game over in a title race.
Yeah, sit back and enjoy this one. It's you've got to say the favourite has got to go with Pilgrim. He's got the class. But Andreas Harrysson has played at the very highest level.
First leg,
He's not someone who's going to be intimidated. He's not going to get involved in any chat. He just plays his game. He's already beaten Darryl this week. Put the man in your picture there. I think when he's got his real business head on, is looking the real deal.
60.
These two met yesterday, and the numbers from Pilgrim's perspective was unbelievable. That was when he had that 4 out of 4 on the doubles performance. He had 2 ton-plus finishes,
60.
including a 140, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, average 97. In fact, his lowest checkout in that game against Andreas Harrysson yesterday was a 63.
But it's these 180s.
140.
Yeah, 15 of the week in 180 stakes. He was topping that until Jim's just hit 4 there, and Jim's also on 15. Interesting enough, the guy with the least 180s is Jamie Durrant on 8, and the only guy not to have 100 finish this week is Jamie. So they're the kind of areas that I know he'll study. And he'll be working on and aspire to be players like you've got in your picture, because this is a first against second. It's a real heavyweight clash.
45.
But right now, it's Darryl Pilgrim that's come out. And there's been occasions, Henry, where Andreas hasn't come out the traps well. It's not his first time here at the MODUS Super Series. We're really beginning to see what he's all about. And one area he can improve on. Just starting matches a little bit better.
Yeah, it's that getting out of the gate, although he has, when he has got better, been considerably better as the game goes on. But against a player with the immense talent and quality that Darryl Pilgrim provides, a slow start can often lead to your fate being sealed before the game's even began.
38.
Although Harrison came back on 215, Pilgrim would have liked to have been square on 3 darts at a double following that visit, but 56 upon his return. To take the opening leg in the space of 6 visits. Be a steady enough start for the Flying Eagle.
Yeah, he's had this leg in the bag, but that 140 there from Andreas will make him think. But that's a sign of real class. That signs of real quality. Because what happens when you have the 1 dart and your players right behind you is that double 10 will squeeze in.
Second leg, Andreas.
It'll visually look smaller as you go to look at it. Like I said, the really good players, the great players, they can get over that barrier. And that was a classy dart.
140.
But Andreas' last 9 darts after the slow start has been 100, 140 and 140. He's just warming into this contest now.
58.
And if you're going to have a slow start, at least do it when it's on the opponent's darts.
Exactly. It makes it look so simple, does Andreas?
180.
It's raining 180s here today. It's already our 5th. Sorry, that's our 6th.
140.
And the guy in your picture, Darryl, he opened up on Monday morning with 4 in his first game. He just looked totally at ease. And there's the first slipper from Andreas, but that's the kind of man he is. He doesn't let it bother him.
64.
And can often hit a bad 1 followed by a treble 20. It's definitely one of his strengths. He's got total control of this leg. And he's using the 19s because of excellent board management.
171.
And even if that had been a single 19, he would have still left the finish. So good board management. Andreas has that finishes at 101s, 116s, just so consistent.
32.
He probably got up there and fancied that, but it's the champagne checkout. Another one of them would be nice. Classy darts. Just unlucky there, just a millimetre away.
24.
And Andreas will want to put this to bed for parity.
Game shot of the second leg, Andreas.
So
Harrysson.
1 apiece. You can't separate the pair after 2 legs. And as this continues to go on, the quality improves. That was a 13 darter from Andreas Harrysson. Every small microscopic moment will be assessed and analysed to the hilt. And you feel like if you're going to win legs in this match, you're going to be doing it in 4 or 5 visits. You don't expect much to go beyond 15. That's the quality that these two possess.
Yeah, good shout, H. Totally agree with that. I think you're thinking minimum 15 darters. And both of them know the outcome of this match is key to the success.
57.
I guess for the neutral, I was asked by Chris Murphy yesterday on the balcony, who do you think will win this game? And Andreas was right next to us, looking intimidating at me.
100.
There was only going to be one answer after that.
Darryl.
Yeah, every
81.
treble, every double will be maximised in this game. People talk about, you don't get success by accident. These are the kind of,
100.
how do you practice, Henry, for games like this? It's very, very difficult to try and put yourself in that mindset of being in a match you must win, a leg you must win. I have my thoughts, my theories.
59.
In fact, I'm doing a bit of a masterclass tomorrow as well. So if you want to get your dart out, Henry, get you on stage.
I need to find where my darts are, actually. I think they're still in the glove
42.
compartment of my car.
Now you require 164.
Next to your pool cue.
I don't know what's more useless, my pool cue or my darts.
Your pool cue.
56.
Grace is not out of this leg. 140 minimum. Especially after that first dart.
98.
Who
Now you require 108.
has got the big checkout in them. 108 options. That's the 19 Joe, so he'll stay there. Now, the reason that's clever again, and he did something similar to
84.
yesterday, his board
And
management is
reservoir
absolutely
106.
brilliant. And I'll try and allude to that in a second. Because once again, it's only the one treble. Look at treble 18. I won't lie, I
98.
fancied one of them finishes to
require
go. That's how
24.
good these two have been on the outer ring. We said you needed 15 darts to win this match. Already, we're now looking at the 20th dart. Big moment.
21.
And you could just see Andres couldn't even watch that dart go in
Andreas,
there.
you require 8.
And it'll feel a similar feeling now for Pilgrim.
Game's on the third
2-1.
leg,
And how
Andreas
crucial a break of
Harrysson.
throat could that be for Andreas Harrysson? Because it puts him in full command of a match. Quite simply, he has
Fourth
to
leg,
win.
Andreas to throw first. Game
I
on.
didn't look at the table much from. I was looking at third to sixth place, but all of a sudden I'm now thinking if Andres wins this game, what's the implications? Because I did think Darryl would win this
60.
match when he's really needed to. Henry, he's come to the fore.
Now, when the sportsbook opened late yesterday, only 2 players was in it in
100.
terms of winning the group. Darryl Pilgrim was 1-33. Andreas Harrysson was 10-1. Sure, Carl Hamilton at 40-1 win the group last week.
96.
Yeah, Jamie was upset for being such a big outsider when he come in. I said, well, just use that as
97.
motivation. The least expectation on you then. I'm sure the people in Middlesbrough in the North East will be looking to see how Jamie's doing. The message I'm getting
99.
is very, very positive and still areas he wants to work on. But he'll be watching this game intently. You have to learn from others. You've got to learn from the elite. You've got to learn from people who are really at the top of their game.
140.
And right now, for me, that guy in your picture is one of the best players in the amateur game. And what I mean, that don't have the PDC Pro Tour card.
100. Now you require 164.
And this is very much a big game for Pilgrim. And he's averaging just under 90. The 164 is not going to go. And so Harrison is going to be back for 146.
42.
The Neil
Andreas require
Robertson, shall we call it?
146.
Yeah, 2 in 1 session. His setup play, Darryl's been pretty poor this morning. And that's the most you'll see. And from a little shake of the head there from Andres, I think he
Now you
realised
require
that.
122.
Bull.
97.
When he let go of that dart,
Andreas,
I think he
you
thought he
require
had a
88.
real chance. Big moment in this match.
Talking about real chance. Harrison's going to return for the bull for 3-1.
63.
And it would have been a huge moment in the
Now you
game.
require 25.
Yeah, and this is where your arm can tighten up. This is the hours and hours of practice, the
Game's on the fourth
relentlessness, the
leg, Darryl
repetition.
Pilgrim.
And he'll be feeling mightily relieved with that. He snaps his dart out because he's telling you he's not 100% happy.
Fifth leg, Darryl to throw first.
There's that
Game on.
fake throw he does. That's quite normal. And he's trying to use that aggression of that getting the dart just to get the blood boiling a little bit.
115.
He might be one of them players that needs that running through his body. Whereas this guy, it's ice. He's ice cold under pressure.
60.
It's I. Definitely I. If it's not, I'm walking home.
Is that a careless whisper?
Wham.
60.
Now, forget averages. Forget now. It's just match play. Best of 3. Like I said, dart is an easy game. You stand there and you throw approximately 20 grams to the dartboard, but this is where the mental side comes of things. This is where your preparation, your belief. Now's not a time for overthinking.
40.
Now just stare that target out. Perfect first start. To stay in this leg, he needs a 140.
100.
That might not be enough.
Don't forget to send in your comments throughout the course of the day at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Darryl Pilgrim leaving himself 52 after 12 in this ever so pivotal 5th leg. You're basically forcing Andreas to do that. His second max of the match. To pile the pressure upon Pilgrim. 2 16s. He's forced the miss. Big moment. Andreas for another break of throw.
And that's why you should never, ever give up in a leg of darts. That 180 put that pressure there, and he's going to get a dart. A double 18. What a moment in this game. What a finish. Ice cold through his veins. No reaction. Absolute quality. There's the sportsmanship between the two players there, and the frustration you can see from Darryl Pilgrim.
To throw first.
That's really, really impressive there from Harrysson, in a sign of tenacity. That never given up. There's your 180. Over to you. And that 52, as I said, that'll have squeezed in.
41.
Never going to give you up.
Yes, Rick. Perfect dart.
140.
It's a surprising stat there on the power pack. No 180s from Pilgrim. He's been absolutely mustard in the treble 20 bed this week.
Have a look at the amount of 140 pluses, though. That's kind of made up for the lack of maxes.
I'll tell you where the difference is in this game. Just 4 darts at a double for Harrysson, and he leads 3-2. The treble there would have made it very interesting, but it's still in the hands of Pilgrim. And this is for a break of throw, remember. He'll stay there. And another one of them will leave him the big fish.
95.
Once again, great board management. And you feel now Andreas needs to find this treble 20 bed.
Find it, he does. Fill it, he does.
190.
This could be a crucial few darts in the whole complexion of this group. Pilgrim's lead at the top of the table might be slashed in half if Harrysson can climb the ladder and find his way to the top to put him just 2 points off top.
The timing of the 180s in this game has been absolutely key, and what a way to win it.
Game shot.
Absolutely sensational dart. Just 5 attempts at a double for Andreas Harrysson, but he pings 4 of them at a rate of 80%. But for me, the timing of those 180s, just when Pilgrim was taking control of the legs and the match, that was such an exciting game for many, many reasons. And for the neutral, that keeps the group very, very open. Very, very interesting. You've got to give a lot of credit there to the Swede. But Darryl Pilgrim, he mustn't panic. It's all still in his hands. If he wins his next 4 games, which he's well capable of doing, he still goes on to be the Group A winner. But that makes it very, very exciting. Very, very interesting. Can Jamie Durrant stay in the shirt tails of Jim McEwan? He's up next against Benito Van De Pas.
Well, we do indeed have a title race on our hands after Andreas Harrysson beat Darryl Pilgrim and kept that race alive. Just a couple of points between them. We'll keep an eye on that as the day unfolds. But next up, Jamie Durrant takes on Benito Van De Pas. For him, a week about growing and finding his feet again on his return to stage darts. For Jamie Durrant, he's looking to put some distance between himself, Benito, and Chris Quantock, and keep up the pressure on Jim McEwan in the race for third place. Back to Henry and Glenn to talk you through Game 3.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Various permutations here for Jamie. He'll want to just keep on the shirt tails of Jamie. Wants that third place. I think he fancies the Group B, playing on a night, etc. And for Benito, he's been bottom of the table for the majority of this week. But if he wins this game here, he will go up into 5th place, and also in a position to go into 3rd. And we wouldn't have thought that
First
sort of
leg,
earlier on, as Benito
throwers.
was struggling a
Game
little
on.
bit, but he showed signs yesterday that he's beginning to warm into this event. So another game which is a tough one to sort of decide.
100.
Another new shirt for Jamie, wearing the red this time. I remember when Durrant used to wear the red.
Didn't do too bad, did it?
62.
There's another bounce out for Benito. If you're just joining us for the first day, I think he's had more bounce outs. Well, I'm certain he's had more bounce outs than the rest of the players put together.
58.
He did say that he's going to continue
97.
starting on the 19th today. It's just something that he felt that when he was at his best at the PDC, he thought that there was a time when he was the best treble 19 hitter in the world. Durrant gets the first mac to this match.
Yeah, and Jamie Durrant has been the weakest of hitting the 180s.
60.
That'll be an area he wants to improve in, but when you can do it like that, it was smooth as silk. His covering has been absolutely sublime this
58.
week, and he is the type of person who'll be analysing. My advice is not to analyse too much. If someone told you that you're not into his 180s, then all of a sudden you can
32.
focus
Jamie
your
O'Quarrie,
practice on
105.
other areas. Just needs to continue to do what he's doing. And here's another stat. The only person not to finish over 100 this week is Jamie. His highest
89.
finish of the week has been 88. Well, if he can just tighten up them 2 areas, it could be very dangerous this week still.
81.
Well, he's
Jamie
come out
O'Quarrie,
the
16.
blocks quick enough, leaving 16 after 15. He's going to get 6 no matter what, because Benito's back on 169, and it's now double 4 for
Gauge
Durrant.
on
That is
the
what's
first leg,
found.
Jamie Durrant.
And that's a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I still pinch myself watching him actually,
Second leg, Benito
Henry,
to
'cause
throw first.
literally 4
Game
years
on.
ago, he was sat in the crowd watching me do an exhibition. I remember it. I remember they getting him on the stage, and he got the bug that day. Like I say, he works offshore, Jamie.
99.
So a lot of his practice is in the middle of the North Sea. He's just beginning to dominate a lot of the Teesside circuit at the moment. And for me, I think
42.
the one word is just maturing nicely. That overthinking of averages, looking at who he's got in the draw, panicking that he's got so-and-so second game.
100.
I think that's beginning to be eliminated from his game. And I think he's beginning to realise that nobody this week has done anything that he can't do. So he's using that philosophy to get him through. Very clean living. He's got a soft drink there which will last him
43.
all day because he's too greedy to buy a second one. Typical Durrant.
Oh, not of all Durrants.
30.
Disappointing there from Benito after that little slip there from Jamie, but the 6 darts, Jamie's still in the 400, so he'll be looking at at least
60.
100.
We're kind of seeing this as a little bit of a
45.
pattern here from Van Der Pas. A slow start to the day, average in the 60s in his first game against Poole, although to be fair, he didn't really want to make much of that, and it was a 73 average in his first game
59.
against Andreas Harrysson yesterday. So what we're beginning to see is a trend as far as Benito Van Der Pas is concerned, that he's a bit of a slow starter getting out the gates to a day.
139.
Jamie knew that this morning. when I was chatting with him, he said he's glad he's got Benito first because he has not been coming out the traps like the other players. So
99.
trying to jump
Benito
on top of that, but
88.
he's had the chances here in this leg. The only good thing for Jamie is it is against the darts. It's going to be
76.
Benito still in total control of this leg of darts. A bit like Andreas, all you can do in this point is put some pressure on that double six.
30.
But you have to say now it's
Benito
Benito's to lose.
12.
Double three.
Each
To level
on
this
the
game
second
up,
leg,
and
Benito Van
for
De
a player
Pas.
who has the height and reach of Benito Van De Pas, he has quite a penchant for that double
Leg
three.
Jamie to throw
And I think that's
first.
because he crouches right down. He's not one of them players who maximises the strength that he's got this tall, because when he goes down, he sort of bends down to the
60.
height of maybe someone around about 5'11", 6 foot, instead of using and maximising and standing tall. But he's thrown like that since he was a boy, so the last thing you want to do.
60.
For me, it's when he opens his hand up on the point of release. Because when he doesn't, it's then becoming the late release, which is then taking the dart into the fives, is my opinion.
100.
Amazing to think it's almost a decade ago that Benito Van De Pas made his debut at the BDO Lakeside World Championship at the tender age of 21.
45.
The darting world in front of him. And then the next year went at Ali Pali and beat a certain Paul Nicholson in the first round.
125.
Yeah, it must be really difficult to be at the top of the game and then slide off a mountain as quickly as he did.
59.
Oh, hang on a second. I know someone else that happened to.
100.
A bit more consistent here from Jamie. That second leg will have been a bit of a worry for him. But he's put a little bit of the afterburners and got control of this leg.
96.
I've seen this
Jamie
finish,
Require
but Jamie could do with putting
116.
this one away. Like I said, his high score finishing haven't been anywhere near the rest of the other 5 players. And once again, he's got 76. I would hit a fat 20. And hopefully it drops into the...
60.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that as a dart. Just leave yourself a 2-dart combination rather than going and attacking the treble 12 and leaving a 3-darter if you miss. Just playing the percentages. Once again, here comes Benito.
140.
Gives him an outside
Jamie Require
chance.
56.
Don't miss the big number. 2 darts at your desired target. There's your marker.
36.
And there's the
Jamie
frustration.
Require 101.
Darting 101 for Benito. He'll start downstairs on the 17s first, because the treble would have left him 10 for tops if he
45.
accrued. And so Durrant
Jamie
returns
Require
for
20.
double 10 for the 2-1 lead. Now up for 5s. That might well be a nice marker.
Games
That
on the
finds
third
its
leg,
way in.
Jamie Durrant.
Durrant leads 2-1, and he is halfway towards a victory post. In a game that if he can claim a victory for, well, it creates a bit of a chasm
Fourth
in that
leg,
race to
Benito
third
to
place.
throw first.
McEwan and Durrant will both find
Game on.
themselves on 10 points. They meet in their penultimate fixture of the day. Then Quantock and Van Der Pas, well, they'll be requiring snookers. And suddenly, the most interesting race may well be that at the top.
96.
Yeah, once again, we talked about yesterday. You could see Jamie when he hit that double. I'm telling you, it didn't come out of his hands like he wanted it to do. Hence the reason, the relief.
44.
And then his cousin is there, Lewis. He just sort of looked up to him, and it's great to have him and travel all this way down here as backup and support for him.
60.
You can see him just looking up, thinking this is not going as I hoped it would be. I wanted to come out the traps better, but he's 2-1 up, and I think at this stage it is about
42.
getting the points on the board.
Points mean prizes here
96.
at the Super Series. Remember, the victor will progress their way through to Saturday night's final, which you could be a part of as well. And do you know how you do that?
96.
You scan this, the Tuxton T-Rex QR code, which is available on your screen now.
99.
Yeah, what a difference the crowd made on Saturday night. I thought arguably one of the best crowds we've seen here at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth.
100.
You make a massive difference for the players. They're playing for a
150.
big prize. Get yourself down there. Just simply do what is on the screen there. Scan the T-Rex.
58.
Here's a small booking fee, but what a difference you make. And 3B is for a tenner. It's not bad, is it? Being back up north.
39. Benito require 92.
Not even that cheap up north these days, is it?
Cheaper than that. So once again,
52.
double route.
Jamie require
Nobody's gone for that
80.
bullseye first out. The old way of going. For Jamie, stay straight. Perfect. There's your bonus. A little bit quick.
70.
I would like to have seen a bit
Benito
of composure
require 40.
on that one, but then it's just trying to ruin the balance of someone who's a quick player. And this is
On the
much
foreplay,
better from
Van De
Benito.
Pas.
Like I said, Benito's been nowhere near the Benito Van De Pas we saw so
Fifth
much,
leg,
but he's been
Jamie
through an
to
awful lot the past
throw
3
first.
years, Henry, and he's
Game on.
using this as a real step and block. And just looking at your computer earlier, some of the names that were going to be in the MODUS Super
81.
Series next year from Europe as well. It's just getting bigger and bigger, more cosmopolitan as we go along.
96.
Yeah, we announced courtesy of 80. I'll start that again. We announced
100.
courtesy of ADC Europe earlier on this morning that John Desimo, the Killer Bee, is going to be here in a couple of weeks' time. Who, well, that graced me and Chris Murphy one of the
135.
best moments of Lakeside last year. Which there's a viral video of him during an interview. Which
54.
yeah, if you go onto YouTube and you find it's quite funny. It's quite funny.
53.
Yeah, Jamie played Benito this week and lost a 4-3 game, which he said I was absolutely devastated. And this is mirroring that right now. It's all about
96.
lessons learned. Has he learned anything from that game? Because Benito definitely gets better as the day goes along. So you've got the feeling if you can catch Benito early, you've got big chance. And Benito's average is
47.
less than
Jamie
what he's been
require
averaging this week.
170.
For Jamie, he's well below where he would prefer to be. But what a moment this could be.
145.
Doesn't get much closer
Benito
than that.
require 170.
The fish for Benito. The fish for Benito. The fish for Benito.
145.
Oh, it was so close.
Jamie require 25.
Huge moment. 2 dart at 88. Big dart in this contest.
17.
He's not up to it.
Benito require 25.
Strange reaction there from Benito. I don't think he thought he was going to get a chance. A wry smile. I think he thought he was 3-2 down. But he's not.
On the fifth leg,
He's
Benito
3-2
Van
up.
De Pas.
And he takes the chance. And Jamie misses. Is very reminiscent of a game they played.
Sixth
Day
leg,
one.
Benito to throw first.
Well, a case
Game
that
on.
in leg 5 for Benito, he got on up when he was down, and then he took a good old look around. I know it's not much in terms of the averages, but it's okay if you get the 2 points anyway.
77.
Is that a song I'm meant to know?
5, keep on. 5, keep on.
46.
You know that it was a terrible reference if you've got to ask. Are you 5 or are you more blue?
82.
And I'm more Pitbull or Jay-Z. Especially after sat with you lot on a Monday.
100.
All rise. All rise.
Panamanian, that dog.
Yes.
46.
Where's that come from?
The dog family.
Big moment from Taylor, wasn't it that? There's a big moment for Jamie. He needs to find
100.
something right now. Be absolutely gutted the way this match has been going. 2 from 13 on the outer ring. Doubles costing Jamie right now.
42.
That's frustrating from Benito. Benito would have put this game to bed in. So I'm saying he's back learning. He's back to the basics as Benito. You can see him thinking,
140.
why is this game so difficult when it used to be so easy? Benito, I understand.
$140. Jamie require 115.
Now, the battle of the big finish. And I don't like that way. I like 19s on
Benito
115
114.
for the match.
To get it done with some aplomb. Well, he likes it down the bottom of the board.
95.
But the double 19 is not going to be
Jamie
conjured up by
73.
Benito. And so Jamie Durrant to take us all the way to a 7th leg. Well, it'd be the pattern of play today. We've had a 4-1 and a 4-2. So as opposed to 3-3, it'd be only appropriate if we're following trends and patterns.
Did like that sharp intake of breath, and he needs to do it now. That's better. Now I like it. It's not rushed, it's composed. I'll take the blame if he misses.
33.
Ends the wire. You can see the frustration.
Require 19.
Benito's doubles have been good. Over 40%, so you'd expect him to hit one of these darts at double 8. He talks to himself. And he hits it with total aplomb. The huge difference in that game was all about the doubles. Jamie missed, Benito hit. Jamie's shoulders are totally sagging there. He's absolutely gutted, scratching his head. But Benito is just thinking, if I can just now add my scoring power to the doubles, because 4 from 8 is very, very acceptable. For Jamie Durrant there, the disappointment of 2 from 14. He won't need to be told. He'll go back, he'll analyse. He needs to come back fighting. The big winner in Section 1, Andreas Harrysson and Jim McEwan, they're both on the move. And next up, a big game for Darryl Pilgrim. He wants to get up and running up against the bottom of the table now, Chris Quantock.
Have had 3 matches so far on Wednesday, and there was a thought, a danger, that there might be everything signed and sealed after them. But there have been some significant moves in the Group A table. None more so that Andreas Harrysson has closed the gap on top place Darryl Pilgrim to just a couple of points, and Jim McEwan has a little breathing space ahead of Jamie Durrant. After he won his opening match, McEwan and Durrant, we saw just get beaten by Benito Van De Pas, who himself is now off the bottom of the table. Pilgrim now then returned to action and is hoping to bounce back from that opening defeat to his closest contender. It won't be easy against York's Chris Quantock, the former PDC pro needs a win himself to keep his top 3 hopes alive. And a reminder too that he came closest to defeating Darryl yesterday, missing a couple of darts to do so. Right, let me hand you back to our commentary team, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Sometimes you need that dance partner to play your best, and for Chris Quantock, I think he likes the pace of Darryl and usually can throw his best darts. I think he struggles against the more sedate, slow plays. And it's in the MODUS Super Series, we've said it many times, when top plays bottom, you think there's only going to be one result. And we've been shocked many, many times. And I will continue to say Chris Quantock is playing his B-C game this week for sure. He has got a massive A game. He's one of them fluent players, rhythmical players, that when it clicks, it clicks. Is he going to do that against the top of the table, Darryl Pilgrim, who for the first time in a long time has seen he needs a win, and he needs a win here.
Suddenly there's pressure and expectation on the shoulders of this man, and suddenly there's a pressure to perform because the chasing pack in and behind him.
140.
When I say chasing pack, I mean Andreas Harrysson. Well, they're lurking like a great white shark through the waters.
140.
And, well, I feel like we're going to have a mysterious case of what Chris Quantock's throwing now, because he's swapped back to the Ricky Evans style dart. Now, he started the last game with this and then
60.
Switched midway through to the Nathan Aspinall dart. So something there with Chris to tinker with the equipment.
Yeah, it's not as if like they're very similar darts. You know, one's
90.
fairly bulbous in the Aspinall dart, and you know, one's the traditional straight down as in the Ricky Evans dart. So yeah, it's like a big change. That would be the concerning thing for me. So clearly mentally he's not right, and he's probably working out what he's going to be using for the rest of the week. So there'll be method in his madness, no doubt. Trouble 16.
58. Chris, you require 127.
And game. And game.
81. Darryl requires 78.
Yeah, we all think of Paul Hinks when we see the 127 for Darryl Pilgrim. Make sure you hit the 18. Treble is the bonus. Straight 20. One dart at tops.
Game shown on the first
Clinical.
leg, Darryl Pilgrim.
Just what the doctor ordered for Darryl Pilgrim. And for Chris Quantock, why are people hitting doubles with one dart all the time against me?
Throw first.
That's how you start feeling.
.40.
With the flights of his beloved Crystal Palace today, Darryl Pilgrim, although wasn't quite as good a night for the Eagles last night in the Premier League, losing 1-0 to Wolves, courtesy of a third-minute own goal by Joachim Andersen.
What does that mean now for the bottom three then? Because Wolves are getting precariously close.
Well, Wolves are moving their way out of the bottom three. Southampton and Leicester in a perilous position, although Leicester most definitely, because, well, that draw against Leeds last night has not really done much for anyone, really. Leeds still banging the relegation quagmire. And Nottingham Forest are still very much deep in trouble. West Ham and Everton. Well, West Ham are kind of pull their way out of it. I think Everton could be the one that gets sucked in. I mean, I've got West Ham against Leeds on the penultimate day of the season, so that could have a huge sway on how that one goes.
Much better from Quantock here. 1-2, 159, 140. Without fear of repeating myself, this is the kind of dart he can produce. He'll be frustrated.
58.
But he ain't out of this competition this week. He could go and run away with Group C, Group B, without any hesitation. But that's in his armoury also. The inconsistency is the worry.
Consistently inconsistent.
Sorry?
Can Crabtree back?
Beautiful dart, that. And just set up that little, when he gets it right, he's just an absolute joy. So stylish. Like you say, the rock and roll of Chris Quantock is
40.
not the best looking throw. It's all about rhythm. This guy, when he gets everything right, beautiful.
.70. Chris, you require 132.
Champagne. put it on ice.
Game shot on the second.
Serve it all. The champagne finish from Chris Quantock. Pop the cork.
Trying to think of a supernova or something like that. I'm struggling.
Third leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
Keep those darts, Chris. Keep those darts.
Do you want to? I think I've got one. Someday you'll catch
60.
me caught beneath a landslide with a Chris Quantock 132 being watched by your very eyes.
Well, give me a joke then.
98.
Not bad, not bad. Like a bit of Oasis.
93.
Love a bit of Oasis. Better than Coldplay.
Oh, I like them darts.
100.
Just above there, I liked his reaction. He didn't panic, he didn't sulk, because when you throw what you think is the perfect dart and you're not getting the rewards,
58.
you can potentially start shaking your head. But it was a lovely, lovely ton. Doing a very professional job here is Darryl, just over the 91 mark.
99.
Just keeping his nose in front in this game. That's the Chris Quantock I know and love. I wonder if his dad's watching. John Quantock. What a player he was. What a character.
58. Chris, you require 167.
Well, I've already seen a 132. The 167 isn't going to follow.
57. Darryl, you require 146.
Went for the two treble 19s there, so just slid into the treble 7, but his board
88.
management is excellent.
Chris,
He
you require
uses the board to the
110.
maximum. Leaves himself a two-darter. Is he going to get a shot?
90.
Just below.
Darryl, you require 58.
I could hear the sigh from Andreas Harrysson from here. Big dart.
38. Chris, you require
It comes
20.
and goes, and so Quantock for 2-1, double 10.
Game shot
It's
of third
found
leg,
that it'd be a
Chris
sigh of
Quantock.
relief from the perspective of Andreas Harrysson at the minute. And, well, we thought that possibly it might be a
Fourth
Pilgrim
leg,
possession
Darryl to
on
throw first. Game
day
on.
3 here at the Live Lounge. Well, it's anything but at the minute. Pilgrim could be finding himself in the pits if he loses this one. And Andreas
60.
Harrysson beats Jamie Durrant in Game 6 because it would mean that both players would be tied on 18 points at the top of the group.
100.
It would mean it'd be a grandstand finish, and we didn't expect that at the start of the day.
What me and Henry do like is interaction with our social media at MSS Darts. Give it a follow.
134.
Champions Week next week, so follow all the fun. So we've had some hello folks, great show. What's your opinion on the best drill for accuracy and consistency as Chris Quantock smacks another 180 in? Well, that is one of the most common questions, and it'll be easier than you thought, Oaksy69. And tomorrow, in my masterclass, I will add that one to the list.
140.
In that masterclass, you'll say that a good leg is ton 180, 140, leave 81 after 9. Saw this a couple of times yesterday.
60.
Saw it from Andreas Harrysson on
Chris
Monday.
Require 81.
This is for an 11. This is for a break. This is for a 3-1 lead. And this is to really pile it on to Pilgrim. But he can't find the single 12 that would have then subsequently left the ball. He was chasing the treble.
I think that encapsulates Chris
41.
Quantock in
Darryl
one
Require 122.
throw of darts. The inconsistency of going 134, 180, 140. What a moment this is.
115.
Bends the way, and he'd be thinking they were going in
Chris
Monday and
Require
Tuesday.
40.
And Chris Quantock is playing the real spoiler role, but what a horrible dart that is for him. But I like what he's doing. He's standing back, he's reassessing, and Darryl Pilgrim is absolutely all over the place.
8.
Surprising.
Darryl
Surprising miss
Require
from Chris
7.
Quantock there. And the sigh of Harrysson.
Well, this could be a big moment. Double 2. Oh,
No
it's straight the
score.
other side to the double 17, and you can
Chris, you require
see what Pilgrim makes
32.
of it. He has a look, but it doesn't matter how hard you stare, it's not going to move. Will Quantock be moved? The man shall not be moved.
Quantock.
The only thing that will move is he into a 3-1 lead.
Wax lyrical about the talent
play,
of Darryl
Chris,
Pilgrim.
to
I've
throw
been on the
first.
balcony and said he's one of the best players I've seen as an
Game
amateur.
on.
What I'm seeing is just little bits of distress coming into his body language. The way he was reacting when Chris Quantock was going for them doubles.
43.
Whereas Andreas Harrysson just goes through his darts and stands back. And I think players can learn from others. I would watch and try to replicate the best players in the world. And I think
41.
Darryl Pilgrim is now only looking at small margins to improve his game. And I would say if he just brought a little bit of Andreas Harrysson while he stood where he is
60.
now, without giving the distress signals, because he's got the talent, he can reel 3 legs off in 40 darts and walk away as a 4-1 victor here.
100.
I thought initially when you said that he could learn a lot from Andreas Harrysson, I thought you meant the beard.
I think you're learning.
140.
You want to shave?
Looked like a scruff.
I wasn't going to say.
I better shave before tomorrow, ain't I?
140.
Pilgrim shaving off this leg.
Yes, yeah. Very generic these days, aren't you? Presenting tomorrow.
41.
Doing the bins on Friday.
The also professional world of Henry Deacon. I'm going to get in very early tomorrow and nick Nico's seat. See how he reacts and make a mess on mine.
100.
Yeah, I better tidy up. I've been in this same seat for God knows how long now.
55.
Oh no, slagging off
Darryl
Owen Binks and Charlie for making a mess in
120.
the house. Look at the state of this. Look at the state of this for Darryl Pilgrim. He's 3-1 down, but he's got 6 starts here from 120, so Trevor would be nice. Not
42.
the greatest of setups. Chris Quantock's not out of this, albeit leaving a bogey.
94.
Big last
Darryl
dart.
requires 78.
78's not a gimme. Look at the 18's bed. That's the kind of things that sort of happened for him today. It just makes the whole league very interesting.
38. Chrissy requires
Chris
68.
Quantock, 68 for the match.
And a comprehensive victory as well. It's 1 dart at tops.
48.
It's just dragged
Darryl
below.
requires 40.
And so Pilgrim's been presented with another opportunity. Quantock's missed 7 darts at double in this
He's got the
game.
fifth leg,
And Pilgrim's
Darryl
back to
Pilgrim.
3-2. The game's back on foe. And he has the darts now. Does the flying eagle to send us
Fifth leg,
to
Darryl to
a
throw
7th
first.
and deciding leg.
Game on.
He's the commentator's curse. Darryl Pilgrim hasn't hit a 180 today. Watch it go in now. What we call the commentator's curse. Dankeschön, Darryl Pilgrim.
180.
How do I do it? I'm a medium. All right, I'm an
41.
extra large. Stop it.
Will this leg be supersized? Can you just commentate? I'm going to go. I'm going to go. You commentate. It's either you can
85.
do it.
Yeah, we're going to have to change our routine on these 9 darts because he keeps passing to me after the 6th dart.
59.
We'll have a little change around. It's been really exciting on the 9 darters this week. Chris Quantock just out your picture there, missed double 12 for a 9, and if you haven't seen it,
Double 12.
yeah, commentary at its finest.
140.
Ooh-ee-ooh-ah-ah came out somehow. But look at the difference here. I did say Darryl Pilgrim can just turn on the magic. 96 after 9. Even that 180 from Chris Quantock means he's still a big, big outsider. And even if he doesn't check out here, Darryl must think plan B is the setup, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
60.
He leaves his favoured double 18, despite the 180 from Quantock. Still a long, long way back.
100. Darryl require 36.
Turn this game around. Quantock had a dart at tops to win it in the previous leg. Plum marker for Pilgrim. But it's another slip, an uncharacteristic slip, which you haven't seen so far this week from him.
4.
But we've now seen a few times today.
21.
I did not think he would be thinking about it today. With that win of Harrysson over him, there's something happening to his game.
57.
Things we haven't seen
Darryl
on Monday and
32.
Tuesday. But another chance.
Game shot on the 6 leg.
That's just a
Darryl
sign of a
Pilgrim.
champion that you can bounce back from adversity. He's still in this match at 3-1 down. He was showing real signs of distress, real
Seventh
sign
and
of
final leg,
panic
Chris, to
kicking
throw
into his
first.
game.
Game
But
on.
he knows in his armoury he can just go from the sublime to the ridiculous. He's right back in this game. And Chris Quantock, despite the darts,
92.
hasn't really hurt him with that score. And Darryl will be looking for one of his big 140s. That's a stinker.
83.
These are big moments. These are moments where Andreas Harrysson, who plays Jamie Durrant in Game 6, will be sitting up in the practice room and taking note and taking
100.
notice of every single toe, of every single throw, and every single big moment which comes to pass.
$43.
Vantage Quantock with that treble one, and these darts is still making it very
42.
interesting. That's music to the ears of Darryl Pilgrim, who is really struggling in this leg, but only 100 behind. Treble needed.
97.
Treble gets. Even game. 3-3. Only 11 points difference, but Quantock
60.
has gone to sleep. Pilgrim sprints to the hockey this time. Expect a big one.
Expect something huge.
140.
The 140 leads him on 138 for the match. How desperately will he need to take it?
This is a disaster from Quantock. He'd be furious with himself.
49.
Furious.
Darryl 138.
He's put himself into many winning positions this week, but hasn't been able to execute and get over the winning line. Darryl Pilgrim is getting away with one here, but what a way to finish with Adela.
114. Chris require 158.
Well, this would be even more spectacular. It's double 19. Oh, it was so
120.
close.
Darryl require 24.
What an end in that. Missed dart on 138, missed dart on 158. This game has had everything. But Darryl Pilgrim has got one dart,
12.
and you don't need a commentator at
Chris
that point.
require 38.
Quantock comes back now. Does he split or hit this time? As you can see, Pilgrim go absolutely apoplectic in the background. Can he find a way? He steps back. He's got two complete blockers there.
I don't think he can get through.
7.
He can't.
Darryl require 12.
Darryl Pilgrim, it is your day. You've been through the ringer in this match. But sometimes you have to win ugly.
Game shot,
And that
man of the
at
match,
times was
Darryl
ugly.
Pilgrim.
That game had absolutely everything. From Chris Quantock's point of view, he's once again put himself in a winning position, but hasn't been able to execute, sprint through that winning line. For Darryl Pilgrim, he was showing signs of distress, panic, but somehow, by hook or by crook, has got over that winning line, and that is a massive 2 points, taking him to 20 points, which will be a real motivation for him. And more importantly, a 4-point lead over Andreas Harrysson. Big moment in the context of this group. And next up, the very impressive Jim McEwan against the struggling Benito Van De Pas.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can be here Saturday night for finals night. Tickets available, as always, via dartshop.tv. And Darryl Pilgrim has just moved closer to booking his ticket to the Saturday session. Surviving 4 match darts, though, against Chris Quantock, who has twice now had match darts to beat him in successive days. But attention now turns to the race for 3rd place. Jim McEwan in that spot at the moment. But Benito Van De Pas, after his win over Jamie Durrant earlier this morning, could actually draw level on points with the Scotsman with a victory here. If McEwan wins, he puts a 4-point buffer between himself and the chasing pack. Back to our commentary team, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So, one thing that is very evident right from the get-go is Benito Van De Pas has put the glasses on. Now, we haven't seen him wear that so far this week. Back in his days in the PDC, we saw him wear glasses quite a lot, but it's the first time we've seen it this week. Now, what does that tend to say to you, Glenn?
I'd say I don't know if he's wearing lenses or if he's had his eyes lasered, maybe, as he took his lenses out to put the glasses in. But, you know, similar to Chris Quantock, when you're changing darts, you know, I'd like to think that they're preparing for the Group B and Group C and trying to get the maximum out themselves. But it's not a good sign when you're having to change wherever. He's blinking an awful lot there, so it's getting used to the glasses as well. So
140.
Yeah, he's just doing whatever means necessary. Really, he knows he can't win the group now, so why not experiment?
121.
And the meeting between these two on Monday actually saw Van De Pas get his first Super Series win by 4 legs to 3, 82.45 average for out of 9 when it came to the outer ring. And then when it came to yesterday's battle, well, again, it was another comprehensive victory for the Dutchman. Probably one of his best performances at the Super Series, an 85.69 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Solitary max in there. He seems to have Chucky's number.
Yeah, and that makes me think that maybe Benito, like me, I prefer to play a slower player
85.
than a really quick player. And maybe that's the same for Benito. He maybe likes the pace of this game instead of the fluent players.
140.
This is much better. Like I say, Jim McEwan has been a star man today. He was sensational in his first game. Started really nice here. As has Benito.
100.
This has all the ingredients to be a very nice game. What a dart that is for the 11 darter.
60. Benito, you require
I think they were
102.
well thrown them. I don't think he'd be too disappointed. But what an opening that could have been. And for Benito, is 85. That'll be disappointing because
42.
his strength this week
40.
has been he still knows where the double is. Just needs to find his scoring power. And Jim McEwan is throwing very, very nicely. All the elements in that throw are working today. My co-commentator Henry Deacons felt that Jim McEwan was going to have a day to remember yesterday on Moving Tuesday. But it looks like he's waited 24 hours.
As a Benito Van De Pas, there might be a few warning sirens whirling around at the minute.
100.
Boosh.
Well, Big Ben has seemed to have chimed against McEwan.
96.
Ding dong.
100.
This has a feeling of a ding-dong in terms of a battle as well.
He's been practicing with Rebecca Browse.
47.
Jimmy said he's needed somewhat practice, but I'm assuming it'll all be online, etc. But like you said, he was really disappointed not to be playing for Scotland at the weekend. It was a really kick in the solar plexus for him. Bit of a loner, he said, when he was on the tour, though he would sit with Gary Anderson, A.D. Lewis, Michael Smith. But he had big wins. I mean, I know he's been one of the legends of MODUS Super Series, but on the Pro Tour, beat Jose,
81.
Dimmy, Damon Hetta, Stephen Bunting, Johnny Clayton, Peter Wright. Hit that famous 9-darter he said against Ray Barnevelt on the Pro Tour. And the guy in your picture there has had an unbelievable 2 or 3 years. Yet my memory of him, Henry, is I played in it's Chelsea, the British Open pairs. I was desperate to win the England Open pairs with Martin Atkins. We won everything that year in the pairs. And a guy came up who I thought was there to
94.
mark.
Jimmy Roquire, 83.
That's why he looks at this 83. But what I didn't realise was his partner was this guy. And he said, honestly, Glenn, he has carried us all day with darts. Like that.
On the second leg, Jim McEwan.
14 darter, back-to-back for McEwan. This is
Third leg, Benito to
mercurial for McEwan.
We don't often say this, but super quick time also from Jim McEwan. Just 2 minutes a leg so far for a very quick fire 2-0 lead.
One thing you have to say about Benito is there's been a couple of times where he's just ran into one a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be good if we can get to interview him. I know you interviewed him on Monday, but after 3 days, he'll know where his game is now. Does he feel it's in there enough to get through Group C, Group B, and get himself there on to Saturday night?
100.
Speaking to Benito over the course of the week, and we're very lucky to have the opportunity to have a chat with the players before play gets underway. He said he's really enjoying
140.
the experience of the Super Series. He's really enjoying just being able to enjoy the darts again. And I suppose more than anything, yes, of course, he wants to get his game back up together. But the important thing as well is finding that sheer enjoyment of the game.
Yeah, and it's tough. I think if there's anyone, it's something I can resonate with. I know, but the big difference is he's 20, 30 years younger than I am. So there's still plenty of time to achieve all his dreams. But it's hard to sort of comprehend how a game can be so easy and then become so hard. Very easy for Jim McEwan today. 105.13 average in his first match. An average over 100 in the second game already.
100. Benito
Lovely start to the day.
120.
Can Big Ben climb the ladder?
I've seen the 120 already with Andreas Harrysson. Can Benito replicate?
80.
Great angle there. You can see the way the darts are going in and why he had to move across the hockey. What a finish this would be.
45.
Was not happy with
Benito
that.
Require 40.
Considerably his worst leg of the day, pretty much. Van De Pas to get a chalk on the ball. And that first start was so inviting for the second to then find its way into the bed.
Yeah, he knows where a double is still, Henry. So if he's looking at
game on,
strategizing and looking at his game and analysing, I think he'd be fairly happy where the doubles are. Just getting down to the double is his big thing. His scoring power
100
hasn't matched the other players. Remarkably consistent. Darryl Pilgrim 15 180s going into that last game. Andreas Harrysson 15 180s. Chris Quantock 15 180s. Jim McEwan 15 180s. Staggering consistency from the players, albeit Darryl did it. Another one there to go to 16. And the ones a little bit lower is Benito and Jamie
60.
on 10 and 9 respectively.
Actually, look at it. There's only one player now who's yet to hit a max today, and that is Benito Van De Pas, and that was almost right on cue.
That was nearly Duzzer-esque. He's fallen asleep, Jim.
42.
And as Benito's really warming into this match, Jim McEwan is in free fall.
What sleep?
96.
Yeah, I got on my bed at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon and didn't move till 8 o'clock this morning.
No wonder you were as fresh as a daisy this morning.
Always fresh. Need my sleep.
63.
Albeit it's Man City Arsenal tonight, and the two dozzers want to come round and meet up with me.
Oh, 117.
Former colleague from the Lakeside, Lindsay, presenting that one, of course.
Yeah, sent her a shirt for, I think it was a nephew or a brother, younger brother. She's gone on to big things now. I don't think we'll be seeing her at the WDF this year, do you?
83. Benito
We'll be very
Uruguay,
lucky, I think, to see her
89.
at the darts again. 20 pull.
57. Jimmy require 153.
Jim McEwan will be thinking, all right. It's like that, is it? Watch this treble 19 go in. I would have enjoyed that.
97.
We've seen a couple of classics recently on the
Uruguay,
Euro Tour, haven't
32.
we? People not going for the bull. People hitting the big finishes. You fancy Benito when he wants a double.
Game shot of the fourth leg. Benito
And
Van
that
De
trend
Pas.
continues. Jim McEwan, early on in this match, was looked like a runaway train. And now we've got parity.
It
Fifth
was
leg,
that
Benito
Johnny
to
Clayton who took the
Throver.
161 out after his
Game on.
opponent decided not to go for the bull, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Mensah's at the Ali Pali this year is the one that's getting all the credit still. This is great to see from Benito.
139.
Another bounce out in that last leg. I'd love to know how many he's had on the floor this week. My co-commentator, Henry
59.
Deegan, usually has them stats for us. The number cruncher.
I never thought darts on floor
58.
brackets was needed on my spreadsheet. Looks like it does now.
Beautiful dart. Begging for more. Surely a max.
140.
Just fiddled with his dart a little bit there. I think that's the frustration, but lovely dart from Jenkins. He's been up against it in the past couple of legs.
59.
Shows a real sign of class when you can fight back when things are going against you. There's absolutely nothing in this game. He really should start in the 18s. He's thinking. And a treble 20 here. He's the biggest finish of them all.
73.
Stalemate in this oh so important fifth leg.
86.
Benito will not find himself on a finish on 159, and so advantage McEwan if he can find himself a treble here.
59.
59 leaves himself on the fish. But Van De Pas can try and leave it as handily as he possibly can. But that slip into the 5 and then the
27.
3 subsequently isn't going to help, so it leaves himself on the
170.
champagne, whilst McEwan is looking to go fishing in the Super Series waters. But he's in the wrong lake.
Is it fair to say the 170 and the 132? Two best finishes in darts?
The most
32.
aesthetically pleasing.
Benito require 132.
From the champagne to the Lambrini. It's treble 19. The bull.
107.
That's classy dart. You can see
Benito
the
require
disappointment there because
38.
once again, when he let go of that dart, he knew it was close. What decision is Jim going to make? A lot of them are going straight for it today. Just widens them, and that's the fear when you go that way, hence the wry
22.
smile.
Benito
Where Benito's
require
been finishing.
25.
You would think there's only one eventuality. First part done. There's the reset. Eyes on the double 8. Big dart.
9. Jimmy requires 16.
I built it up, Buttercup.
McEwan's thinking, I need you. I need you. More than any other double. Because that could be the one that possibly helped him on his way to opening up that 4-point buffer on Jamie Durrant in that race for third place. Although Durrant's up next against seemingly resurgent Andreas Harrysson today.
Let's look at that potential Group B now.
48.
Andreas Harrysson, Jim McEwan, Scott Mitchell, Matthew Edgar, Richie Parkin.
Wow. That tantalises the taste
78.
buds.
Yes, it's my job to try and pick 3 from that. Help.
60.
That does a 180. At MSS Darts, give me some help. Who's going to win these groups this week? Who's going to be lifting that prize? The final piece of the jigsaw for Champions Week.
171.
He said he liked it down on the 19s. He said he was going to start a lot of scoring visits on the 19s. And that's exactly why.
125.
Left-right combination.
Like a heavyweight boxer.
99.
Much better from Benito this game. Just mid-80s. Just building blocks.
94. Benito require 153.
6 starts and 153, but it's a finish we like. Won't like that.
83.
Just beginning to show signs, isn't he? Party of man to be saying, if I'd just hit that double in the last match, in the last leg,
98.
I could have this 70 for the game. A real pivotal moment in this match. 70 for Benito and 76 for Jim. It's going to be the one dart, the double, and that double's going to be double 16. There's the reset, the stare of the double 16.
54.
Just bends the wire there.
Jimmy requires 76.
Jim McEwan. And this is for the match and really cement that third place.
It's going to be one dart. And it's going to be at tops. And it's going to continue a perfect start to the day for Jim McEwan. It's been resurgent for Chucky on day 3. And a little bit of an ironic celebration as he finally gets the better of Benito Van De Pas this week. It was the Dutchman who won the first 2 battles between each other this week. It's McEwan who wins out in game 3. Doing so with an average just under 86. 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. McEwan a 4-2 victor then against Van De Pas. We're going to take a short break, and then afterwards it's going to be Andreas Harrysson in action. He takes on Jamie Durrant.
So, game 6, and eyes on the relative prize for both of the players in action. If Andreas Harrysson beats Jamie Durrant here, he closes the gap on Darryl Pilgrim at the top to 2 points. And if Durrant wins, well, he does exactly the same in his bid to catch Jim McEwan, who we just saw win for the second time today in that race for third place. The defeated player, though, will be left with a mountain to climb in their personal pursuit, as they'll be 4 adrift with just 6 left to play for. So a huge match for both of these players for different reasons. And it's over to Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. And based on the first games today, you would think there's only one winner, and that's that guy in your picture. And for Jamie, knowing him like I do, he'll be absolutely gutted. He planned and he mapped out a route today because he wanted that third place. I think he wanted to play Richie Parkin tomorrow night, his good friend, and be with each other, and that was definitely the target there. And I think he fancied the fact he was playing Benito first game, who was demonstrated this week that them early games don't suit him, and he gets better throughout the day, and it just did not happen.
First leg, Andreas.
And I guess the last person you want to be playing in your second game
Game on.
is Mr. Personality, because he gives absolutely nothing away, this guy. He is absolutely an absolute credit to Swedish darts
58.
and a credit to himself. He's been a joy to watch once again this week.
Yes, very much a great addition to the Super Series, Andreas Harrysson. Good character as well
60.
behind the scenes, although he did apologise for not turning up to the quiz on Monday, bless him.
Yeah, and there was no ABBA song, so he wouldn't have got any right anyway. So
140.
That's funny you say that, right? I was listening to a bit of the radio on my way in this morning, and ABBA Super Trooper came on.
59.
But you were in your element, so please don't start giving me loads of ABBA songs. Even while the snooker's on, we even had a session where we were bringing snooker puns in, weren't we?
87.
We can always cue that up again.
I'll set them up and you knock them down.
Those two jokes are just the tip of the iceberg.
96.
Snooker puns, have it in the pocket.
Stop.
Otherwise I'll be left behind the 8 ball.
140.
We shot a cannon at you.
Was that a bridge too far?
137. Andreas requires 76.
Well, it's not going to be for a break.
$56. Jamie require 149.
Jamie needs something.
Need snookers in this leg.
137.
Am I allowed to hit you, or
Andreas
is that
require
unprofessional?
20.
What's not unprofessional is a lovely start to this match. To 17 darter from the Swede.
Harrysson.
Once again, super solid. Not spectacular, just doing what he needs to do. Just keeping the pressure on Darryl Pilgrim.
Like Jamie to throw first.
That's all he can do
Game
right
on.
now. From Jamie. He needs something right now. He needs to really get back to basics. His throw looks a lot better than it was in the first game.
What do you think his frame of mind's going to be like?
41.
You need your greens.
45.
For those of you watching in black and white, that's next to the pink.
Sloppy second leg here.
81.
That just crept into the... I didn't even thought the first one was a single 20. See the frustration with every dart that Jamie's throwing right now.
62.
It's a real battle with himself right now, and this is where you learn about yourself. Rather than beating yourself up about things, just make sure it doesn't happen again. You start afresh with the next 3
59.
darts. You set your target. For me, just sprinting to that hockey just a little bit too much for me. And they're perfect darts.
100.
And that's what you do. Sometimes in darting life, you take a step back, 2 steps forward. You're fighting with yourself up there at times when it's not going right. And then you look up, you'd be happy with your darts, and then you see your opponent smack the first 180 of the match.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a zip about the way Darren's darts are entering the board. They're singing, as you would rightly mention.
Wow.
120.
That was a stunning return.
98.
An attempt at 140. And for Jamie, 98 is not a finish we like. It just goes the wrong side of the wire. They were going
40.
in yesterday. That's what
Andreas
your brain's telling
20.
you. You've got to wipe that down and move on because you've got to fancy this guy
Game
to hit that double 10 that he's already hit.
Harrysson.
And did you see the little reaction there? You don't get an awful lot from him. It's telling me that Andreas Harrysson still thinks he can top this group.
Third leg, Andreas to throw first. Game on.
And a sign of a good referee. There's hardly noticing that he's there. So big credit to Danny McNamara there, who's officiating this game.
140.
And Andreas right now, we're feeling rather good.
140.
Standard's good.
64.
Very elegant.
140.
It's quite a big pullback for a dart player, is Jamie. So, you know, you try to eliminate what potentially can go wrong in the future. You've got to take, but when he gets everything right,
140.
like many dart players, it looks really nice. He's been working on that pullback and just stopping on the point of release. But when you're working on your throw, that's when you can start
78.
overthinking.
Andreas, you require
And
157.
I would say to anyone, be as natural as you can.
Fluency is everything, isn't it? With the Jamie Durrant throw and the Jamie Durrant action.
100. Jamie, you require 143.
Treble 17. That could have been that catalyst he's searching for.
95.
Because when you stand behind
Andreas, you
Andreas,
require 57.
he's on 57, you expect the referee to shout game shot.
37.
But not this time.
Jamie, you require 48.
And it presents Jamie Durrant with an opportunity. He hasn't had a dart at double yet. He's going to get two now. And it's going to be up for double eight.
32.
And that may well be a huge
Andreas,
moment in this game.
20.
That could be the game changer. It could be the game on or game over moment as Harrysson comes back for double 10. And he doesn't make any mistake whatsoever to lead 3-0 with an average in excess of 92. 3 out of 8, 37.5% on the doubles. It is just so typically good from Andreas Harrysson.
Yeah, and 3 doubles, finishing on double 10. It's been kind to him in this game.
140.
Got to give you credit, Glenn, because at the start of the week you said Andreas Harrysson at 15-2 is the sort of floater that
60.
could be oh so dangerous. Because we've seen him before. We've seen what he can do here at the Super Series. Hasn't quite pieced it all together. He hasn't quite got the full jigsaw yet. But once he does, then
100.
who's to say he can't do a Mike Gillett and win the week?
Yeah, he had a fabulous Monday, and it's looking like he's going to have a great Wednesday as well. So
58.
he could look back on yesterday. It could have been so much better, but yeah, he oozes class. Very stylish. Uses that height, whereas Benito will sort of have that elevation.
66.
Basically drop himself from the 6'3" to 5'11". Andreas uses every bit of that height. And like I said, for Jamie, it's all about that tick-tock of that
100.
throw. But when you tighten up, the longer that pullback is, the harder it is to get right every single time you throw.
83.
Good board management there. He tried to go for the
110.
25s there to leave a finish. So it's 6 darts from 110. He's still searching for his first finish over 100.
78.
And that search continues. And there's the frustration signs. The hands up to the dartboard. You wouldn't see that from Andreas. And what I would say to Jamie is replicate
60.
that, copy that, learn something
Jamie, you require
from
32.
your opponent.
Game shot of the fourth leg.
Double four's been
Durrant.
kind to him, and he says, there you go. The double 16 side of us, not his favoured side. He's a tops man. There's a little come on. They're the good signs that I like to see. The shake
Fifth
of the head
leg,
isn't.
Andreas to throw first.
I'm studying Jamie, of
Game
course. I am so proud to see him up there. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here this week. And I think I know more and more about his game now.
100.
If he asks. He doesn't actually ask an awful lot to me. But of course, I'm always here for him.
96.
That felt all heartwarming there.
Yeah, it's no... I'm very, very proud. He's hopefully taking over the legacy that,
100.
you know, has been set in place. If I've inspired one person to play darts, I didn't think it would be a family member. So, of course, and I've got to mention Carl
100.
Coleman, the Sean Matthews of this world, who I follow on a weekly basis in the Teesside area, the Colin Osbornes. You know, it's I want to see them all of them up here.
100.
Richie Parkin's here tomorrow. I've just had a text from him. He's on his way down. It's all good.
It's all good in the hood.
79.
The hood. Was that a Pitbull song? No. Okay.
No.
I'll stick to the 80s. Girls want to have fun. Cyndi Lauper, I was straight in with that one.
One of Paul Hinks' favourites as well, isn't it?
135.
Yeah, I heard him listening to something last time I was here. The summer of '69.
62.
Who sang that? The Canadian. What was
Andreas
he?
Harrysson, 66.
Brian Adams.
That's the one. Must be a Brian Adams fan.
Can Harrison get his kicks on Route 66?
26.
But he couldn't find
Jamie Require
the tops.
164.
It could be a highway to hell for Harrison if Durrant can take out the 164. Another one of them would have left the bull.
136.
Frustratingly, he looks at the dartboard and thinks,
40.
I've thrown my best 3 darts. Just a little bit too late because this
King
guy
shot,
just
man
does
of
not
match,
miss
Andreas
doubles.
Harrysson.
Silky smooth, ice in his veins. Andreas Harrisson's on a march today and he's saying anything you can do, Darryl Pilgrim, I can do better. I'm right behind you for any slip up that you may do. For Jamie Durrant's been a tough day, but he must see the positives. Apart from the fact that area of the game he knows he has to improve on the checkout, 1 from 7. The area where he can take that 88 average right up to 100. But for Andreas, he's an absolute joy to watch. The Swede is on the march. And next up, it's Chris Quantock against Benito Van De Pas in a real bottom of the table clash.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 6 games down on Wednesday. Glenn has been commentating on them. We'll take a look at the results, Glenn, and the most significant one, obviously, was that win for Andreas Harrysson in Game 2 against Darryl Pilgrim.
Yeah, like we said yesterday, it's great for the neutral. Surprisingly for me, Darryl Pilgrim has not been at his best today, and he's really shown signs of distress and was quite lucky to win that second game, but full credit to Andreas, who's been superb today.
Yeah, 4 darts survived against Chris Quantock for another defeat for Pilgrim. Jim McEwan as well, winning both matches. That means he's in the box seat for 3rd place. We'll take a look at the table to reflect that, and the Scotsman is in a very good position now, 4 points clear of Jamie Durrant.
Yeah, he looks good today, does Jim. All the mechanics of his throws working nicely. I think the belief is there as well, and that league is really taking shape right now.
Could the damage be done for Andreas Harrysson yesterday? Lost 3 games. He might win all of them again today, and it might still not be enough.
Yeah, he's very difficult to read, Andreas, apart from the fact I had a message from Dean Moss who said that he was absolutely devastated not to qualify for Champions Night last time. So it's lessons learned from him. Even if he doesn't go through Group A today, I think he'll still feel strong in Group B, which is already looking very tough if you look at that top 3 right now.
Well, we will find out what the immediate future holds for him. But now it's time to take a look to the past and another trip down memory lane. And here is what happened on this darting day. A few 9-darters there. Glenn Wayne Mardle in 2004. Adam Hunt and Prakash Jiwa actually hit their first 9-darters in the same event. Both played here recently as well. Steve Beaton with one 4 years ago. And just notably, Dirk van Dijvenbode won his first PDC title on this day a couple of years ago. Now has 6. He has emerged as one of the great Dutch talents, hasn't he?
Yeah, it'd be great to see 2023 in a 9-darter hit at the MODUS Super Series. But yeah, I'm enjoying them slides.
We've got close, haven't we, to 9-darters as well?
Yeah, the double 12 from Chris Quantock, but I'm glad he missed it because of my commentary, because if that had been on the tag tweet, I'd have been struggling.
Well, you've got another chance because Quantock is in action next. He takes on Benito Van De Pas in the 7th of our 15 games today, and Glenn is going to join Henry Deacon to guide you through it.
Glenn, I won't worry about stupid commentary and stupid commentators because I'm doing this game. Anyway, Chris Quantock up against Benito Van De Pas is our 7th game of the morning session here at the MODUS Super Series. It's a battle between what Chris Murphy would like to call the cellar dwellers in terms of the league standings. Well, Chris Quantock, bottom of the table, but the way that he's performed over the 3 days, that feels like a real harsh reflection upon his levels. But if we're going to be honest about his week, the reason why he is the bottom of the pile, the bottom of the table, is mainly down and due to the fact that he's been in match-winning situations, but has not been able to get over the line. As for Benito Van De Pas, well, he's squeezing that lemon for all it's worth. Back in big-time, big-stage darts for the first time for a number of years. Quantock here with the darts. And I was just saying on your way down, Glenn, bottom of the table feels like a harsh reflection, but when you look at the match-winning opportunities he's had in games, it could have been a different story for him.
Yeah, he's on a very difficult losing streak right now, is Chris Quantock, and can I say only himself to blame, really? He's putting himself in really good positions. It's not as if anyone's sort of doing too much against him that he can't do, so I think he'd be very, very frustrated. But I will say again, there'd be no surprise to me to see him here Saturday night. He can go in wherever group, whether it's B or C, and do an awful lot of damage.
100.
Quantock's last win was on Game 5 yesterday against Benito Van De Pas.
And this is the frustrating thing. This is what he can do. Like I said, I'm going to stand by him because I know what capabilities he's got. He's got a beautiful
46.
CV as well. He's a 2-time Challenge Tour winner. Beat a certain Rob Cross in his second one to win a Challenge Tour in 2016.
117.
Like I said, he had Q-School success in 2017. Played in 7 Euro Tours. He's had 3 wins on the Euro Tour. I mean, he's a really,
41.
really great player.
Reservoir 64.
But is he playing enough? He said he's playing a couple of local league nights as he looks at double 4.
Game shot on the first leg.
Could
Chris
he
Quantock.
definitely play himself into the right frame of mind and form for the rest of the week? It's not over yet. That's the beauty of the
Second leg,
MODUS
Benito
Super
to
Series.
throw
And Mike
first.
Gillett
Game on.
is an absolute classic example of why you never give up. I won't lie, I've just walked through the players area there and Jamie looks desolate. He looks
60.
Absolutely gutted. It's not fair of me to talk to him because it's not fair on the other players that I give him some advice or come on. So,
140.
but if I was allowed to say something, I would say to Chris Quantock, to Benito, to Jamie, there's plenty of time in the rest of the week to go.
67.
And how many times have we been sat in these chairs and we've seen a player who perhaps has finished bottom of Group A, has perhaps struggled in Group A,
77.
but has recovered and then gone through and won the week? I mean, Kieran T is always the preeminent example here.
I love to hear your stories. I mean, you know, you've been here a long, long time and probably seen every
96.
scenario. I mean, this week's all about being the two players running away with Group A, but I do like to hear your examples and stories of
81.
players who on the Monday have played 5, lost 5, and picking up the trophy and the £5,000 on the Saturday night. It's really important that these lads know that as well.
82.
Kieran T have finished bottom of Group A on 6 points and won the week. Moreno Blom, the first time he was here, really struggled in
100.
Group A. And then, well, he struggled on the first day of Group C, and then won every game and went through the finals now.
84. Chris, you require 103.
Never over till it's over. Not over till the fat lady sings.
Not a bad slip into
112.
treble.
112.
15 there does leave an awkward 21 finish, but 112 is a finish we love. It might go treble 18. We've seen this a couple of times yesterday. Very good for double 19.
74.
Yeah, and this is where the Dutch in
Chris,
the
you are
1990s,
21.
2000, they really started board management at its finest. As Chris looks at double 10.
Double 5, and it can't be
11.
underestimated there how he nearly busts the score with that single one.
38.
I don't believe what I'm seeing there. I've just realised he's now throwing the Aspinall darts again. Madness. Peter Wright at its finest. If I got my maths right, it's double 13 all of a sudden.
Now that was the dictionary definition of a block of that
No
first dart.
score.
And he's actually
Chris,
burst
you
the
require
score
10.
as Quantock returns for double 5. One left. He's edging down and
Double
edging
zero,
in
Chris
and edges
Quantock.
into a 2-0 lead. And that's a break of throw accrued against Benito. Doesn't matter what darts he has in his hand.
Third leg, Chris to throw
Finds
first.
himself 2-0 up.
Yeah, one of the strengths for Benito's is getting down to a double, but that was horrible at 38. And what was even worse is, Henry alluded to there, the
140.
double 6 meant you were covering the double 13, so it was a double disaster.
Like that.
100.
Double trouble, toil and rubble.
I don't like that.
60.
Someone thinks he's Shakespeare.
Are you commentating on the football tonight, or was it just last night?
60.
I think I'd deserve a night off. Then double session tomorrow. Double session Friday.
83.
Yes, it's my first with the new times as well, so looking forward to sleeping on Friday morning.
Oh, it's unbelievable, Glenn. It's one of the
60.
best feelings I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, on a Saturday morning's the only sleeping I normally get, as Chris Quantock is finally
140.
demonstrating the scoring power. And that's the problem for Benito, because the power pack here is so obvious as where the
26.
area of the game that
Chris, you're
Benito's
wired
struggling with.
78.
I'm sure his doubles he'll walk away thinking that wasn't bad. But his scoring power is just not there right now.
38.
Set up nicely by Quantock. Just doing what he needs to do. Mid-80s average. Benito's a long, long way back. He really...
99. Chris, you require 40.
Perfect marker, surely.
No score. Benito, you require 156.
There's that wry smile. He's thinking, I'm not going to get into a winning position. Just add that to your spreadsheet of another bounce out, Henry.
80.
Bouncing
Chris, you
Benito.
require 40.
Is this leg Benito?
30. Benito, you require 76.
At the tail of the tape for Chris Quantock's week. Totally comfortable in this match. And one dart with Benito.
Game shot on the third
And that
leg.
happens.
Benito Van De Pas.
Absolutely sums darts up in one leg of darts. Chris Quantock, if there was steam, if it was a cartoon,
Fourth leg, Benito to
there would
throw
be
first.
steam coming out of
Game
those
on.
ears. Better scoring from Benito. Like I said, that's been his big weakness.
It's mainly been about finding the range, hasn't it, for Benito? And he does find the range. We're seeing him score quite well, but if the first dart doesn't quite go as desired, then there can be some difficulties. Now, we're having a look at the overhead angle here, which gives us a real good indication of where the darts are landing in the board, and also a good indication of what the players can see. It's probably the closest we can get to actually physically seeing how the player can see the darts go in the board. As you can see there, it's a nice plumb second dart in the treble, but it's more of a guy because you can't see much more in the bed.
99.
So also you can see the height these players give a dart. So maybe only Darryl Pilgrim who fires at the treble.
40.
Trajectory, the aim. If there was a dot, 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 you would see the height when it leaves the hand.
134.
Been a good leg of darts. So look at that camera angle because the scoring's been pretty powerful. You may see the bull come into the equation, but not now. What we'll see is there is a maximum.
Perfect way to end that camera shot. This is going to be the perfect way for Benito to end this leg. Dart at tops, moves across, has a look at the right-hand side.
60.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I fancied that because give him a dart or a double. Surely this time he's not going to mess about with doubles.
Game shot on the
And I tell you, that wasn't as easy as it looked because that first dart at the 15 must have been blocking the sight of the double 10. And he probably used it like a Grand National fence and just lobbed it over.
Game on.
And I bet he was delighted to hear the dulcet sound of Danny McNamara.
39. $140.
Better from Benito.
$135.
Thought that was another bounce out. This time it's just bounced out of his hand. Gerwin Price, how many times was that happy to him? A transition from one hand to the next.
95.
Top lobbing.
$83.
You see the 19s come in here on 266. He'll go back upstairs.
96.
He's gone a little bit quiet in this one.
And it's a leg with the dart, so this could potentially be a break for Benito.
170.
And he's got 6 on the 170, so you don't even have to go for this. Just lay up, set up.
60.
Chance for Quantock. Perfect start. Now bullseye on treble 10.
134. Benito
Even treble 14.
110.
And I guess that's one of the ways of going for 1 or 10. If you miss
52.
17, 3 or the 19, you've still got a dart or a double, but it's 2 darts at top, so he only needs the 1.
Chris Quantock.
Once upon a time again, put himself in a winning position there, nearly gave it away. It was quite a comfortable victory there for Chris Quantock, 4-1 over. Benito is struggling with his game right now. He'll assess what he's doing good and hopefully come back fighting in Group C. For Chris Quantock, the game is there. It just needs to come out. He's began to express himself. When them doubles go, he can be a very dangerous player. And next up, the high-flying Darryl Pilgrim hasn't gone as planned today. but he got away with one against the struggling Jamie Durrant, who'll be looking to put up against the odds here. Back after this short break.
Welcome back. Well, Chris Quantock winning the battle of the bottom two. All eyes now on the race for the top three. And, of course, top spot, Darryl Pilgrim taking on Jamie Durrant in the 8th match of 15 today. And after the next couple of games, well, a lot could be resolved. If Pilgrim were to win here and then Jim McEwan were to get the better of Andreas Harrysson, then it would mean that Pilgrim would have as good as sealed top and McEwan would have as good as sealed third. So Durrant and Pilgrim both with reasons to win for third place and top spot. Durrant has not had the start he wanted today, but will look to put it right in style by beating the man at the top of the league. And to guide you through it, it's another Durrant. Glenn is alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. You've got to say it's a big, big ask for Jamie Durrant because this guy's top of the table for a reason. I would say that it hasn't been his finest moment today for Darryl Pilgrim. He was comprehensively beaten by Andreas Harrysson and then just sort of got a bit of luck against Chris Quantock. But he's a classy performer. I've been super impressed with this guy. And like I said, as I've said a couple of times this week, my prediction was he would throw the first start on Monday, which he did. And we'll be throwing the last start on Saturday night. He's got everything, and it's a big ask for Jamie, who's not been at the races today. I know for a fact, by his body language and his demeanour, he was devastated with that loss against Benito Van De Pas, and that took him into that game with Andreas Harrysson. But though there was definite positives there, you could say he's on a bit of a free roll right now because Darryl's going to be a big, big favourite in this game. And yeah, Darryl will want to cement that top spot.
57.
Quite similar throws. Real big pull back there. So when they get the timing right, these two players.
58.
There's the handprint there. That pull back. Already looking at his score there, though. He should know that as he's walking up to the hockey.
100.
That means for me he's in deep concentration right now. But that's when you should strategize. When you're stood behind now, what is your plan from 204? As this guy will just ping a 180 from absolute nowhere.
137.
A fine setup for Darryl to leave a 109 for a very standard start for him. And for Jamie to go trebleless at that point.
109.
Means that Darryl's a big favourite for the leg. Treble 19. A double 16.
77.
That's
Jamie
unlucky.
require 146.
Big ask. Is Jamie still searching for that 100+ finish, though it's a good setup.
81.
I'm not sure why he went for treble 20 on the last one. I think he's given up on this leg, knowing that this guy will hit the double 16. And now
24.
Jamie Dunn will be thinking,
Jamie
why did I just throw up a treble 20 on that last dart? But that's a cracker. And that
45.
just sums up his week. And there you go.
Darryl, you require 8.
He's telling you his own story there. That's the frustration. That's what he has to
He
work
showed
on.
the first leg, Darryl
Darryl Pilgrim just points to his head because he knows he's not at the races at the moment, Darryl Pilgrim. He's not at his fluent,
Second leg,
tremendous
Jamie
best.
to throw first.
And he's
Game
fighting
on.
with himself, internally saying to himself, come on, it's in my position. I'm in control of this group here.
59.
But I'm just getting away with it. I'm not playing like I want to play. And I want to correct that now because he beat Jamie 4-0 comprehensively yesterday. And has won the last 9 legs against Jamie.
140.
And players will instinctively know about runs in games like this as well, won't they?
42.
Yeah, I think thinkers will. I think, you know, I mean, I don't think Andreas would know if he won his last match. He's just in a total zone every time he plays, and I think other players could learn from Andreas.
131.
He desperately wants to get through to Saturday night. And there's also a little bit, I think, of a glint in his eye about getting through the Champions League as well.
96.
This time, I feel like he fancies the job.
$89.
Nice message of another good friend, John Purdy. Really enjoying that, and he said it's giving him the inspiration
60.
to one day be here.
Darryl
He's doing good things on the
141.
Teesside circuit. He's just admiring Andreas Harrisson's throw and demeanour. Maybe something that John can improve on, but this is sensational.
123.
Another different way, a different route to go on these finishes, which these guys are doing now. And Jamie, unfortunately, is lagging well behind, but
81. Darryl, you require 18.
just that bit I'm not liking with Jamie. I know it's tough up there. I've been there. So Darryl will want to put this one to bed. No pressure on him.
Game shot on the second leg. Darryl
Precious for
Pilgrim.
tyres, though. 2-0 Pilgrim leads, and it's sedately comfortable, isn't it, for Mr. P? For the Mr.
Third
W.
leg, Darryl to throw first. Game on.
I can't think of Mr. P without talking about Perry the Platypus.
95.
You never heard of Perry the Platypus?
Come and help me, someone. Get me out this box.
93.
Perry the Platypus, otherwise known as Agent P.
He's not into an egghead.
He's a semi-aquatic mammal of action.
Groovy. Better. Cracking darts, Jamie.
190.
Just show yourself a bit of fight. Do yourself some credit. Really important to have the right attributes, the right values.
100.
Learn how to fight. Learn how to deal with things when things aren't going correctly. You've got a wonderful opportunity, a fantastic stage here. And don't let the
52.
memory be a bad thing. Every 3 darts. Watch this guy. Every dart means something. Look at this. Fluent, beautiful,
190.
exceptional.
Just going through the gears is Darryl Pilgrim right now.
96.
36 after 12, his
Darryl
favourite double
36.
18. for a 3-0 lead, and suddenly he's put his average up to just under 96. And that's a 13 darter. He just knows when to push and kick, and that's exactly what he's doing here.
Fourth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, one thing is Andreas Harrysson would love to win this group here. A couple of days sightseeing in Portsmouth.
60.
And then come back on Saturday night, but you have to think that Darryl Pilgrim all of a sudden has found his mojo once again. He's finding that treble bed with ease.
100.
And he can just go on spurts, can't he, that can push that average into that kind of region.
85.
Just the perfect dart. You saw the
131.
agony because he knew that first dart was perfect.
Cry of, oh, Jamie there
60.
after that slip into the treble 7.
I know it's tough up there. It's tough for me watching him losing 3-0, but I don't like many people watch him. I'm only seeing positives from him. The guy who came to the MODUS Super Series in Southampton just wasn't ready. The frustration is because he knows he can do what Darryl Pilgrim is doing.
100.
But talk is cheap,
That will require
and you've got to get up there and do it. And I still think Jamie can come out in Group C, Group B, and do some damage. He's just got to watch this guy do darts like this.
114.
That would have been for a 13 and a 12 to get over the line. He can do it in back-to-back 13s if he finds the double 8 with the first dart in his hand.
55. That will require 16.
And it's double 8 for Pilgrim.
Game
Confident,
shot, and the match,
clean,
Darryl Pilgrim.
impressive. Big whitewash victory there for Darryl Pilgrim over the dejected Jamie Durrant. He scratches his head and thinks, I know what I need to do now, and what he needs to do is follow the style of this Darryl Pilgrim, who is just absolute top-notch. Just look at that 3-dart average, 100.20. Fine on the checkout. Just a very clean and confident, decisive conclusion to that match. Very impressive. And speaking about impressive, next up, big clash, second v third. It's Jim McEwan versus Andreas Harrysson.
That was a fantastic win for the league leader Darryl Pilgrim before the break, a three-figure average as he strengthens his hold on the top of the table. And a big game coming now for the only two players in the group unbeaten so far today. Both Andreas Harrysson and Jim McEwan have won both of their matches today, and the Swede needs to succeed to keep up the pressure on Pilgrim at the peak of the pile. A win for McEwan would see the Scotsman secure a place in Group B and all the benefits that go along with that, which I'm sure Henry and Glenn will explain in more detail during this crucial contest.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Eloquently put. Both raising eyebrows there with how well that was done. This is a real good clash. They may be laughing right now, but there's a real steel and determination about these two guys today. Both been extremely impressive. Andreas probably is going to do a lot of damage today, but he still will probably come up short because Darryl Pilgrim just looks to have put the afterburners on after that very impressive 4-0 victory. But Jim McEwan will be thinking to himself, I'm back in the race. Albeit not going to win Group A, but I feel very good as I go into Group B, which is most likely now. And come Saturday night, I am going to peak.
But who is going to be peak of the pile on Saturday night? You can find out. Tickets available via dartshop.tv for £1 booking
60.
fee. And remind you, you can be here on Champions Night next Saturday. Now, tickets are going like hotcakes at the minute, so make sure you book yourself in for what is going to be a feast of fine tungsten tossing here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we'll be having our own coronation party on the 6th of May. We'll be making sure that we crown our king of the Super Series. And it is going to be a king because, unfortunately, Fallon Sherrock and Lisa Ashton, well, they both made it to their respective finals nights, but just missed out. Fallon Sherrock coming oh so close against Steve West. But whose kingdom's going to come on the 6th of May? That's the question that we're all asking here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Who's going to pick up the £20,000 pot and join Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith in the winners' enclosure by becoming Super Series champions? Well, McEwan was a champion of champions back in Southampton. He could well return to Champions Week this time, having done so in Series 2.
Is King Charles Costafine, is he going to be refereeing Champions Week?
He's here on the Saturday night.
Boosh.
He's our Char.
Make it King Charles a...
I hope Charlie's here on chat. Oh, it's back to back. It's back to back for McEwan. We'll continue the conversation in the next leg because he's on for 13 now after visits of 60 and 59 in his first two.
100. Jimmy require 22.
Double 11 for 13. At times today, he has played the darts of the week from anyone. Double 4.
18.
But now it gets a little bit scruffy for Chucky.
I'd have gone bullseye instead of the second 180 though, but boring does, I would say that.
140.
Cracking darts is double 2 all of a sudden just shrinks a little. Don't often see two 180s hit and losing a leg. And that's the reason why he's been absolutely superb this morning. And I can hear the cheer from Darryl Pilgrim from here.
To throw first. Game on.
Barring a minor miracle, if Andreas loses this game, and when looking at legs advantage, it's pretty much a done deal.
When he flows like that,
35.
It's so good on the eye. It's so watchable. It's so consistent. This is why he's harbored those Pro Tour wins that he's had.
60.
And we haven't really mentioned him as much as we would normally do to lift the title on Saturday night. Is he just beginning to do what you thought he was going to do yesterday? But like I said, what he'll be really happy with
100
is that rhythm, that timing. Is getting back to the old Chucky.
$41.
Yeah, I'm glad he was just having a little think there, because another single 20 there would have left a bogey.
99.
And that does leave a finish now, because what you've got to preempt is the possibility that Andreas might hit a maximum here to leave himself a finish.
60.
But
Jimmy
right
Require
now,
167.
it's all in the hands of Jim McEwan.
Doesn't have to go for it. And we'll never know whether he would have. But this is an unbelievable
139.
setup. Left himself double 14 after 12.
That 105 average has been the outstanding average of the week, and he was averaging 106 going into the fourth leg in his second game, albeit a few missed doubles. Put pay to that.
Team shot on the second leg,
This
Jim
is
McEwan.
absolutely beautiful.
Well, he's won 2 legs in this game, and he's won it in the space of 16 and 13, and it
Third leg,
equates to the
Jim
average
to
that you
throw
can
first.
see on your
Game
screen,
on.
103.66. This is what they would probably call on a golf course 1 under par.
100.
Jim McEwan's doing a Jordan Spieth.
How do I set myself up to fail?
I don't know.
100.
After that 180, I put I'm a medium. When I predicted that Darryl Pilgrim will get his first 180. Chris Dobie, straight in. You've never been a medium in your life. Geordie's typical Geordie.
180.
That's a hat trick for McEwan. He's averaging just under 110. These are the sort of numbers Chris Dobie would be proud of.
Stop it.
140.
Yeah, you picked up something when you spoke with Jim last night, and you came in today and said,
41.
don't be surprised, Glenn, if Jim McEwan has just one of those days. He was determined today. He was pretty disappointed with his performances so far, but had that steel and determination in his eyes. He was going to come out today and do a job. So
80.
far, at the halfway mark for him, it's job done. He's looking great. And we've got Pilgrim v McEwan to come, haven't we?
Looking forward to that. That's the last game of their
100.
groups. And Andreas is averaging just a shade under 90. He hasn't had a dart of the double yet. Such has been the power of McEwan. And who's to say he's not going to take this 80 out?
Just stay straight. Sit on top. And lob it over that. Easy.
Team shot on the third leg, Jim McEwan.
The game's easy. Why make it difficult? Absolutely beautiful darts, averaging 102.48 at the 3-0 stage
Throw first.
against a
Game on.
top-notch performer.
Well, this is high-class, world-class darts.
45.
Jim McEwan has just been so persistent today. Just grabbing at your ankles, smashing in big scores. And 3 from 5 on the outer ring in this
57.
game. He's putting everything together right now.
$43.
Number 4. That's the second time today he has hit 4 maxes in a match. His 180 hitting has been quite simply obscene.
100.
And if he hits his dart at the double first time, it'll be 4 from 6 on the outer ring again. So what that means is putting everything together. He's eliminating that slack dart there with phenomenal high scoring and beautiful finishing in there, and all them ingredients.
43.
Man, that it then becomes a real danger in this competition. I guess he'll be frustrated that he hasn't done it since Monday, but the optimistic side of him must be thinking he can't wait for Group B
99.
tomorrow night. Fancied a 5th.
That was pretty much the first time in this game he hasn't left himself on the finish of any kind after 9.
55.
And he's not going to leave himself a finish after 12. And so the door for opportunity begins to open for Andreas Harrysson. Can you open the door? Can you open the door?
130.
It's open, all right.
Yeah, one person who won't panic is Andreas. He'll just continue, as I've said many times, to do what he needs to do. It's a fine attribute. You know, we've seen a couple of people show that
61.
sign of distress. There's
Andreas
nothing at all. You would think
76.
Andreas is 3-0 up. It's a wonderful, and a lot of the Scandinavians have this about their personality.
Game shot on the fourth
Lovely
leg,
darts,
Andreas
great riposte,
Harrysson.
great reply. Great player is the Swede.
I suppose it's not a surprise when you think about the fact that he's very
Game on.
remote in Sweden. So when you go to a competition at an Open, it's a very long way to go. So you don't really want to give up on any game. So he's not going to give up the ghost here. But he may be seeing his plans laid to rest by Chucky, who just
140.
continues to chuck, well, accurate darts.
Yeah, 19 180s for the week so far for Jim.
180.
16 for Andreas. How
100.
strange if all the 180s hit. They're my 3 favourite darts for Jim there. That really solid, straight first dart and using that as a guide. Like I said, it's turning those hundreds into
60.
140s and 140s into 180, building that momentum. Come for Saturday night. That's what he has to eliminate, and you can tell by his reaction there.
85.
Beautiful.
High quality affair. Both players averaging deep into the 90s. 98 for McEwan, 92 for Harrysson. Second max. No doubt was there.
190.
Leads 81 after 9. How many times has he done that this week, Andreas Harrysson?
So many skills to be an elite dart player. So many attributes that you need.
94.
And like I
Andreas
say, the
Harrysson,
biggest one for
81.
this guy is he just does not give up. His attitude is infectious. It's double 18 for 11 darter. Come on, Andreas.
45.
Just bends the wire there.
Jim Uruguayer, 82.
And Jim has been absolutely sensational today. Don't be surprised if this goes in. It's big fat 17. And it's 1 darter tops for a very enjoyable, comprehensive victory. I really enjoyed that game between 2 fantastic players. There's the sportsmanship, big smiles all around, because I think both of them knew they played their best games there. It was a really enjoyable match. As we just look at the tail of the tape there, once again 4 from 6 from Jim McEwan. Exactly the same scenario from his first game today. Just another 4-186 in the match. The whole match just oozed quality. Very enjoyable. The big winner again there was Darryl Pilgrim, who's looking a big odds-on favourite now to top this group. And he could cement that against bottom of the table Benito Van De Pas. And that game comes up after this short break.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And Darryl Pilgrim might be about to secure his ticket to finals night. The booking fee for him is 2 points. That would see him open up an unassailable lead in Group A. As you can see there, he'd go 6 points clear of Andreas Harrysson with just 4 to play for Harrysson after this. Only Harrysson has beaten Pilgrim so far this week. He's done it twice, but it is now need of a favour from Benito Van De Pas to keep his slim hopes of finishing first alive. Right then, back to our commentary team, Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, it's a very, very big ask. Benito just is nowhere near as the best of what we remember him. Like I said, he probably will benefit from this week. But this guy here, I don't expect anything but a comprehensive victory in this game. The only thing that can put him off in this game is complacency, but when he knows that if he wins this game, he's through. I mean, there's other permutations that we're trying to work out here, legs difference. I don't think we're going to need to come into that. I think he wants to finish on 26 points, lay down a statement, and I'll be back, and I'll see you all Saturday night.
And he won't be around the
First
place
line,
either. If he
Benito
wins the group, he'll be
Van De Pas.
heading back to
Game on.
South Korea, which is about an hour and a half's drive from Portsmouth. Well, in good traffic anyway. So he'll have the advantage of... would it be easy for a player like Darryl Pilgrim, who can sleep in his own bed, do his own things in the next couple of days, as opposed to maybe a Barry Van Peer who's sat around an alien city he's never been in before, sat in a hotel and wondering what to do to pass the time?
Yeah, I remember Johnny Haynes having the same decision to make, and I think he was about an hour and a half away, and he said just to be in my bed for a couple of nights was absolutely priceless.
140.
This present moment in time, I wouldn't mind staying in a hotel for a couple of
96.
nights. I might treat myself in between. I might on a Thursday and Friday treat myself to a spa day between sessions.
I don't know if you're joking, but I think it's a great idea.
65.
You know, I'm not so sure if it's tongue in cheek or whatever, but looking at that beard, I think it needs it.
Jacuzzi?
125.
The water gets out when I go in a jacuzzi.
I was wondering what the bubbles were.
The kids push me back in the sea when I'm by on the beach, so you know, I go to
58.
Cyprus in 5 weeks' time. 4 stone I set myself to lose. And with 5 weeks to go, I've only got 4 stone 4 to go to lose.
140.
Well, this is just so typically Darryl Pilgrim. 125, 140, 81 after 12. And Benito Van De Pas here, again, is lurking in the background. Has decided to stay
57.
with the
Darryl
glasses
Pilgrim,
on.
81.
So I'm wondering whether that's going to be a tactic he adopts now for the rest of the week. As Pilgrim returns for 81, went treble 15 for his favoured double 18, which means now it's going to be along for the 16, which would have left in the ball. The
41.
7 doesn't leave him on a
Benito
finish,
require
but the 19 leads him on
121.
tops.
Yeah, and I stand by what I say. That complacency is the only thing in the way of Darryl Pilgrim. Bullseye.
80. Darryl, you require 40.
That's what you call a marker.
Game shot of the first
Typically
leg.
happens
Darryl
more than you would
Pilgrim.
ever imagine, and that's why I say to people, go big. Lay yourself a marker and attack the second dart.
Second leg, Darryl to throw first.
And that was the
Game on.
perfect example of when it works. But just look at the way these darts enter the board. They sing. The timing. Listen to the noise when it goes. And the
140.
dart will tell you when you've thrown well. People try to get the follow through right. People try to do this. They try. You throw a good dart,
99.
and your arm, your shoulder, your fingers, the dart, they'll do what it needs to do.
And we're getting to the point where Benito going down to the 19s early is not a talking point. It's just something that he's going to do. And he is, as we mentioned earlier on, he said that when he was at his best in the PDC, he felt he was one off, if not the best, triple 19 hitter in World Darts. And maybe finding somewhere which feels like a familiar home can just be something that inspires a bit of confidence.
Yeah, it was Jamie Durrant who said to me, my treble 19s I wasn't obvious, but I do remember thinking, I wish Phil Taylor would play a competition on the 19s, because I can remember there was a phase he just didn't miss.
99.
And I thought, could he win a tournament just thrown on the 19s? He's the best I saw on the cover shot. I think the best 180, was Van Gerwen in his... Well, Van Gerwen didn't always smash the 180s because he used the 19s and 18s, didn't he, so much?
At his best, there was no one in the world better at 2 treble visits than Michael Van Gerwen.
99.
Yeah, because they were just cast iron guarantees half the time. Is this going to be a cast iron guarantee for Pilgrim? 167's not going to go, so Van De Pas is going to get a go on the 1-2-4 for the break.
100. Benito, you require 124.
Only the one treble needed. So treble 18. He had a poor attempt at the bull in the first one.
93.
That one was just as bad.
Darryl, you require 67.
Not only did he miss the 25, he nearly hit the M25.
Pilgrim will be hoping to hit the M25 shortly. If he finds his double 16,
35.
then he could begin to start the car.
Benito, you require 31.
And so up to the northwest part of the board and finds the double 12 to level this game up.
Yeah, if you were in Benito's position right now, how would you assess the week? Because I think I've made it clear where I think his strength's been and what's your analysis.
Benito's in that position where his week shouldn't be defined by wins and losses. When you're at this part of his stage of
85
redevelopment, I think it's all about look at what you're doing, look at how you're throwing. The results is something you can work on later on. It is a case of going back to square one, going back to basics, and so feel good, throw good. If you get through, that's an absolute bonus. Of course it is.
81.
And that is, of course, going to be the objective. But when all is said and done, you shouldn't look at results as the metric that his week's defined by for me.
140.
There has been some sparks.
60.
Of that, there's absolutely no doubt.
I have to ask him what he's doing in his life now. Darts is not full time. Is he working? What's his life
60.
these days? He sort of did go out the limelight a little bit. Not as heavy on social media, so you can't see every move that he makes. I'll be sort of keen to find out a little bit about
93.
how he's doing on a personal level. Is darts the be-all and end-all for him still?
And it's just nice to see him happy more than anything else. Benito down on the 19s to begin the 182. So Pilgrim's going to return for the 158. This is for a break of throw and a leg that, if he wins, will seal his place into Saturday night's final. And what a way this would be to do it. If he could have found the second treble 20, which would have left the double 19. And so 96. Benito is back for 96. And it's double 18 to keep Harryson's faint hopes alive.
60.
But it doesn't go.
Darryl, you require 60.
We've said his strength's been his finishing there. I think we both fancied that double 18. I think we also fancy that this will be the moment for Darryl Pilgrim.
20. Benito, you require 36.
And so, double 18 for Van De Pas to at least keep the race going, even if it's temporarily longer. One left. And it's found.
Benito Van De Pas.
And Harrysson, by the very skin of his teeth, is hanging in this battle.
Fourth leg, Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Hope you are enjoying the coverage here at the
97.
MODUS Super Series, no matter how you're tuning into us, whether you're watching in your front room or you may well also be in your coffee break as well. At MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
133.
Get in touch with us, see what you're doing, whether you're having a lunchtime chuck. Maybe having a little bit of, bit of lunch yourself. You might be tuning in Daniel Oakle, who knows?
96.
I could murder a coffee.
80.
Yeah, we need a lunchtime coffee ordering system around here, don't we?
What we need is Darryl Pilgrim to
138.
go 138, 170 to cement what's been a fantastic Group A for him. First part of the job is done. Much, much better from Benito.
95.
Why is he
Darryl
playing so much
Pilgrim,
better as the day goes on?
170.
And how does he deal with that?
The fish is not going to be the way to finish the job for Darryl Pilgrim.
58.
I wonder if he knows that he's a leg away. You know, how much he studies, what he needs to do. Even I'm struggling there, Danny.
153. Darryl require 112.
Don't often hear that call, do you?
What a fantastic
60.
setup that was,
Benito
wasn't it?
require 40.
Caught us all out there.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Benito Van
I
De
think even
Pas.
Kirk Bevins might have been caught out with that one. He's been listening on. Calling me extra large, the cheek. Though he's correct.
Fifth leg. Benito to throw first.
Did you see this coming, Hitch? 3-1 Benito.
Well, he's playing a bit like a dream at the minute. He's finding a flourish, isn't he?
This is why the MODUS Super Series continues to surprise you. The times of seeing top versus bottom.
100.
It's also an element that there's not an awful lot of difference. I think he is the class act, Darryl. I think he's demonstrated all the qualities we thought, and he's just sitting back, Benito, because that is not sat in the board. Them bounce outs are on his mind. I wondered if there were.
136.
But he'll take that. 140, 136. But unlikely victory. Keeps this Group A
91.
on that tight string.
The loosest of chords.
95.
This is a really good performance of Benito Van De Pas. He's had to put it in.
43. Benito require 130.
6 darts. It's his to lose from here. Lays it up
98.
nicely. Yeah, we're both rubbing our eyebrows and heads here because I think we were writing our conclusions that we'll be seeing Darryl here on Saturday. I'm very, very confident we still will be.
127. Benito
Big up
require
and respect
32.
to Benito Van De Pas. Because he was a big, big outsider for this match. And it's 8-8 to surprise us all.
Game shot. And the
Many,
match,
many
Benito
congratulations to
Van De Pas.
Benito Van De Pas against the very, very impressive Darryl Pilgrim. And that wait for him to cement his place on Saturday night continues. For Benito, is that the moment the belief comes back? There's the numbers, the tail of the tape there. Yeah, 1 from 6 from Darryl Pilgrim has been the big thing that sort of stands out from there. But I'll show some respect to Benito because it's been a tough, tough week. He never sulked, he never complained. He just got on being professional. Integrity was important to him, and that's a big, big victory. Andreas Harrysson is still in with a chance of Group A, and he's up next against Chris Quantock.
Welcome back. And so Andreas Harrysson is still in the race for a first-place finish, but only just, I was about to say, by the hair on his chin, but that would be a pretty big chance, wouldn't it? He's got the tiniest opportunity. Darryl Pilgrim needed one more leg in that defeat to Benito Van De Pas and still needs just one more leg to go his way to secure top spot. So if Quantock gets one against Harrysson here, that will be every position for the rest of the week will be settled, including Pilgrim's place at finals night. And Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant can relax. I've done the maths for you, boys.
As on my chin had me giggling there, but before I put that on my Twitter page, Kirk Bevins will put on, "Hairs on your chin, 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 does her?" So I'll stop him there before he even starts. But yeah, well, big respect there to Benito Van De Pas. I'm absolutely delighted for him, just because, yes, it hasn't been going so well, but has he sulked? Has he moped about? You know, he's just got on with it, and that's a big, big victory. And we talk an awful lot in the MODUS Super Series about having a spark, that catalyst that can help you kick on from there. And is at the moment for Benito. But it's still very much in the hands of Darryl Pilgrim. This guy would need to win this match 4-0 against the very unpredictable Chris Quantock. I think he's the one guy out the six who'll be the most disappointed. I assume he did say he's only playing local league and some competitions in York, so maybe just not match sharp. But here we go. Sit back and enjoy.
Effectively, it has got to be perfect for Harrysson.
60.
No room for manoeuvre. That's a Chris Quantock. His fate's already sealed. We know that Benito, Chris and Jamie are going to be playing in Group C tomorrow and Friday. They'll begin at 1 o'clock tomorrow. They're going to be joined by the Asset in the commentary box.
Yeah, looking forward to that. So Benito Van De Pas, Chris Quantock, Jamie Durrant, Colin Osborne, Justin Smith and Martin Grierson is Group C. 2 from 6 there. And what a mouth-watering Group B. Richie Parkin from Whitby, my neck of the woods. Scott Mitchell, the 2015 World Champion. Matthew Edgar, the Iceland Masters Champion. And the
140.
What's that? The Asda Open semi-finalist. Wow.
$100. Chris, you require 161.
And for me, that's been the root of all evil for Chris Quantock this week. His setup play is one area, if he's going to look at improvement over the next couple of days, is what he needs to do. The mathematics in this game is just absolutely unbelievable.
20.
To send Pilgrim through. Oh, he's climbed the ladder. And it means that Darryl Pilgrim will be at the top of the ladder. He's the Group A winner. Andreas Harrysson will now be condemned to Group B. And so now we can set forth the fixtures for tomorrow and Friday. Andreas Harrysson, Jim McEwan, Scott Mitchell, Matthew Edgar, and Richie Parkin in Group B. That is going to be special.
61.
Anyone in particular looking forward to seeing in that group?
I'm really looking forward to watching Scott Mitchell play. I think he's very unlucky not to retain his tour card. And I like this possibility tomorrow and Friday with Matt and Scott, that there's 2 players who spent a lot of time sat in the chairs that we're in, but now they've got to go up on the big stage now and let the darts do the talking.
Yeah, we've talked about groups, haven't we? So how about a commentators group? You could have Mace, myself, Scott, Corin.
43. Chris, you're
Webby.
127.
Webby could win that, to be fair. Talk about that maybe in the next leg, because Quantock here, well, he doesn't have to go for the ball. He had a look at the scoreboard, and so he's decided to lay up for tops after 12 for a 2-0 lead. And we were expecting a performance like this at some point this week from Chris, averaging just under 107. For Andreas, he's giving it a good old go, but I think he knows now that the race is run, and so Quantock playing with that freedom. providing a
Game shot of the second
hair-raising
Chris
performance.
Quantock.
2-0.
Yeah, he'd be frustrated that he saved his best. And you can see even still shaking his head there because he saved it when it matters
Third
least.
leg Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Apart from the fact he had the moment that sent Darryl Pilgrim through, so... But apart from that, it's been a pretty disappointing
100.
week for Chris Quantock.
Right then, commentators week.
I don't think I'd drop a leg.
96.
I think I would beat them all 4-0.
There's some confidence on Dazza. So what we say, Chris Mason,
Yes, 4-0.
yourself,
100.
Scott Mitchell,
4-0.
Matthew Edgar,
5-0.
100.
Mark Webster,
4-1.
and let's go John Part for Group A.
What about Corrin?
100.
Corin's going to be
Oh, yeah.
in Group...
Oh, do you think we could do Group A, B and C for
So,
Corrin?
Corin Hammond in Group B, alongside Paul
100.
Nicholson and Laura Turner. Group C, Tony O'Shea, and I'm going to put a wild card in here, Martin Adams.
45.
And the final one, Mr. H. Deacon. Can I be in his group?
45. Andreas, you require 156.
Tell you who throws a mean dart.
81.
Phil Bars.
Chris, you require 160. $60. Andreas, you require 75.
I actually got a wild card suggestion in the next leg for Group C.
At 18. For tops.
55. Chris, you require 100.
I don't know why, but I just fancy this to go. Which means one thing. To set up.
60. Andreas, you require 20.
Been phenomenal double 10, hasn't he?
Game shot on the third leg.
I think he won a
Andreas
match 4-0
Harrysson.
earlier, and all 4 darts were in that double 10. He shakes his head. Now it's just all about
Fourth leg,
playing
Chris
for
to
pride.
throw first.
Playing yourself a
on.
momentum going into tomorrow with a couple of wins under your belt. So still plenty to play for every single player here today. The last thing you want to go into
57.
tomorrow is with a couple of defeats behind you.
Here's my wild card, Colin Lloyd.
60.
There we go, 12 players, commentators week. Let's make it happen.
One slight problem.
140.
Who's going to commentate?
Me and Murph. I'll be up on the balcony. Me and Murph can commentate. Or,
I'm trying to put
85.
barriers in the way here.
or we try and alternate it round. So whoever's not playing could commentate. Or we get one of the players who
46.
played in the Super Series and they can exact revenge on us by putting them in a guest comms stint.
You're giving the MODUS Super Series something to think about here, so I'm going to stop you right now.
140.
Oh, don't. There was one week where me and Chris Mason spent probably about £4.5 million, so...
Yeah. Let's focus back on the darts.
60.
Andreas Harrysson is back in this match. One of his fighting qualities coming to the fore once again.
123.
The inconsistent Chris Quantock also once again highlighted because he was absolutely in cruise
41.
mode in this match.
Andreas, you require 93.
And within a couple of seconds, it could be 2-2.
Desmond
84.
inside, so
Chris, you require
Quantock
157.
returns to the 157 for 3-1. But it's not going to go.
81. Andreas, you require 9. Game shot on the
Is it
fourth
me? I
leg.
was sort of
Andreas
magnet in that double
Harrysson.
4 today because so many players When left with 8, I've pegged it. Speaking of Desmond,
Fifth leg, Andreas to
what's
throw
the
first.
surname of the table
Game
tennis
on.
player who won the English title 17 years? Desmond what?
135.
Is that the answer?
No.
Desmond Watt.
Call yourself a quizzer.
100.
Tell him, Twitter world. Desmond Douglas. You know, now, boy. See me.
See that.
See that.
180.
Although I did know what year Man United won the league title.
140.
And I don't get a chance to spend me 50 quid. From absolute nowhere, Andreas Harrysson is beginning to
100.
fly. Beginning to write him off in this match as Chris Quantock ran into a 2-0 lead and was cruising in leg 3.
60. Andreas Harrysson, 86.
Once again, we're moments away from a 3-2 lead for the Swede. Now, potentially would go 18 bull, but he has a quick look at the score with Chris who can't finish.
46.
The second best is just a set up. That was just a little bit of experience at the right time there. And Chris is all over the place.
44. Andreas Harrysson, 40.
I think part of the time he'd like to miss this and leave double 10.
Game shot of the fifth
As
leg,
shown in
Andreas
diagram.
Harrysson.
B.
What a partnership.
Six
Who
leg,
needs
Chris
Anton
to
Deck?
throw first. Game on.
The perfect dart for Quanny.
140.
That was a bit more than a tunny for Quanny.
140.
Good game.
I hope he makes Saturday night, Andreas. I really do.
140.
Could do with another flag on the wall for Champions Week so far. We've got the flag of Wales, the flag of England, the flag of Germany, of course, in there as well. The flag of the
60.
Netherlands.
Imagine all the thousands that'll arrive from Stockholm to be here Saturday night.
My. My.
180.
Superb darts from Quantock. And for the fear of repeating myself, feast or famine. His last 9 darts, 140, 140, 180 for
41.
Quantock.
An 11 darter against the Swedes. Well, that's the name of the game.
Chris Quantock.
Stop it. Absolutely phenomenal. But I'm sitting here just thinking, how do I sort of
throw first? Game on.
assess the week for Chris Quantock, because that's what's in his locker. 11 darts for fun he can do. But then he can just pull a 24 darter out and be in a winning position and throw it away. The times he's lost 4-3 this week. Is this going to be another one?
42.
Timing is everything in this sport.
Well, the winner takes it all.
70.
The loser standing small.
You're not picking on Chris Quantock there, are you? Because he's 4'11".
140.
Great darts, Chris Quantock. Brings him back into this match.
You know what the players want to do, don't you, Glenn? They want to gimme a double after midday.
100.
I give up.
Glenn's currently reaching out for an SOS.
93.
It's 3-3. Can we concentrate on the darts, please? Otherwise, I'm going to send for a voulez-vous.
What I 6 saying for Harrison to
92.
get the job done. It's still 4-3 success. He'll win the battle. He won't win the war, though, because Pilgrim has top the group. But this would be some way to finish. We've already seen him win a game this week with a 106. And we're going to see him do likewise here as he gets the better of Chris Quantock by 4 legs to 3. And so Andreas Harrysson, whose fate in Group B is now confirmed, gets the better of Chris Quantock by 4 legs to 3. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's Jamie Durrant in action. He takes on Jim McEwan. Those are stats from Andreas Harrysson 4, Chris Quantock 3.
So all is settled now in terms of the positions for the rest of the week. Andreas Harrysson got the win he wanted, but not the scoreline he needed to stay in contention. Darryl Pilgrim crowned as the Group A winner. Harrysson and Jim McEwan will be in Group B. Van De Pas, Durrant and Quantock in Group C. And McEwan is looking to do what both Pilgrim and Harrysson have done already this week, and that is have a perfect day. He's won all 3 of his fixtures so far. This is penultimate one against Jamie Durrant, yet to win today. He will be hoping to avoid being beaten in all of his matches, something that hasn't happened to any player in this group. To guide you through the game then, it is back to Glenn and Henry.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. The guy in your picture there, Jim McEwan, has been superb today, and he'd be absolutely delighted to go into Group B tomorrow with the kind of form he's now demonstrating. And for Jamie, it's just all gone a little bit pear-shaped today. All starting with that game against Benito, where probably for the first time he was favourite for the match, and it just that expectation, he was nowhere near his best there, and he enjoys the challenge against Jim McEwan because it gives him an opportunity to play someone who's not as quick and not as fluent, and he's had problems before against slower players, and he said he quite enjoyed the challenge against him. But
21.
Yeah, when things suddenly go wrong for you, them sort of things happen.
A Robin Hood watched by Uncle Glenn. Well, we've just seen again in the background before he came to the board there, Jim McEwan just blowing his hands. He's obviously a little bit cold on the stage. Now, it can be a case that because it's such an open room here, the Live Lounge reports, in comparison to our studio in Southampton, it can be very easy for the players to feel the nip a little bit.
Certainly isn't on a Saturday night when it's full in here. And you can come and join us.
100.
I'll do the easy bit by saying, get yourself to dartshop.tv, get your tickets on there. I'll leave my core commentator to explain the more modern way of doing it now.
57.
Basically, scan the tungsten T-Rex. See that little T-Rex on the thing? There it is, looking to do its little bit of a roar. You know, there's a dinosaur
40.
does, you know, in those prehistoric times. Well, basically, if you scan that, you can buy your tickets through to Saturday night. I think I've sold it, Glenn, haven't I?
43.
So, that is how you get into Saturday night.
I bought 3. I've warmed up after that coffee.
Oh, did you get your order in?
Yeah. This is not the Jim McEwan we've seen so far today.
68.
What Jamie has to do is step all over that, because this has been a very poor start from both players.
95.
There's the frustration as he seems to be walking on that last dart. It's really important that you throw your dart, every single dart. There's that for them quick players. You won't get it from this guy.
100.
But what you'll get is that combination of big scoring and high finishing. Especially today, he's looked absolutely sublime.
97. Give me require 97.
But this is what McEwan does. It was a slow tapered start at the beginning of the leg, and then he finds a 140 to then possibly end it with a bit of a fanfare.
Not sure what Jamie was thinking about when that treble 17 attempt.
65.
But it wasn't the right way to go. That is. Great two-dart combination finishing. He'd be feeling good about himself right now. Like you said, sometimes if you walk away, despite losing your first 3 games of the day, if you can walk away tomorrow, knowing you've won your final 2 games, it really sort of helps you with that momentum for tomorrow. And that's the type of battle that you're having with yourself. You've got to keep positive. Instead of being that person that's glass half empty, see the positives.
And again, it's a completely new group. Everyone's on 0 points.
99.
Come tomorrow. Justin Smith and Colin Osborne are in exactly the same situation as Jamie Durrant, and that's the way he's got to look at it.
Yeah, Jamie Durrant versus Colin Osborne. Wow. T-side number 1 and 2.
Alongside T-size number
47.
32.
Oh, so you're seeded this year?
Yeah. Hey, I won an ADC comp this year. Beat over Jamie in the final, actually.
So you and Matthew Edgar were both title winners in 2023.
Yeah, he's won the Iceland Masters. And I won an ADC. Looking forward to seeing Matthew tomorrow. I think I'm doing an interview with him as well.
43.
Any questions? Get them via to me. Any questions you want to ask Matthew? I've only got 217 myself.
43.
And what I want to ask Matthew, though, is he sent a message out to a friend after he lost in the first round of the Icelandic Open, and he said, "I think I'm finished." You know, what is that feeling like when you think it's all over, and then 24 hours later, he's picking up the title? Funny old game.
I suppose you could both, to a certain degree, share that kind of journey together, I suppose.
Well, he hasn't won a Premier League, though, so it's, you know.
Yeah, but you haven't won an Iceland Masters.
I won a Morrison's match play.
100.
I won the Asda Grand Slam.
What about the Waitrose World Masters?
Oh, that's just too little.
Give me require 151.
151 for McEwan. Yes. Yes. Tops. From blockbuster for Jim McEwan. Light up the blue touch paper in this game. It's needed a bit of a spark, and that may well be it for Jim McEwan. One apiece.
Game on.
Yeah, I honestly thought the 147 this week would be the highest finish with it being Crucible week. But that was absolutely fantastic. And that goes with the 144 that he had yesterday as well. He'd be feeling rather good about himself with this young man.
95.
You've got to think now, H, that he comes into the equation, doesn't he, of Group B, and rather than focusing on he's not at his best at the moment. Today's proven
140.
that he's not a million miles away. And you've sat in that seat many times when he's gone on monster runs of victories. Is this another one?
I remember him winning 13 out of 15 in a Group A before. This is the sort of thing that this man can do. And it's usually with darts, not too dissimilar to that.
I think this is good for Jamie as well when people are hitting you really hard.
94.
You know, Jamie had a just shy of a 90 average in his second game. And I think, you know, the fact is when Jamie's embroiled in a game where both are averaging the 60s and 70s is the ones he struggles to come through. When people are playing well against you, I think Jamie enjoys that challenge.
72.
Easier said than done, but how do you learn to win them scrappy games? Well, I think he's probably enjoying this match.
96. Jimmy require 154.
Well, is that a 151? One thing I was doing in this position was just dictating the
95.
pace. Just let Jamie think
Jimmy require 88.
about this 88. And Jamie looks better by not sprinting to the hockey, but we've brought a little bit of everything into that throw. What a dart that is.
56.
Just the
Jimmy require
execution.
59.
You've got to fancy McEwan from here.
It's going to be tops for the break. One left in his hand. You don't expect him to miss. That's been the pattern of play today. And he's not going to miss there either. 15 darter, 2-1 lead for Jim McEwan, averaging 86.06, 2 out of 3 on the finishing. And he's proficiently good. And he is going to be a threat in Group B.
Game on.
Whilst we're on the subject of Group B, I can exclusively tell you the fixtures for Group B. Because Game 2 of Group B is Scott Mitchell against Jim McEwan.
134.
Now that is some way to kick off the campaign. Richie Parkin against Andreas Harrisson's the first match. That's going to be quite the...
I'm trying to think if it was the week I was here with Richie, was it the week Andreas was here? If you remember, Richie Parkin was the outstanding player of the week and just sort of lacked, but I don't think you could believe he was in the final. Jamie Kellen?
Yes, lost to Jamie, our friend JK. That was one of those, because it was two real nice guys going head-to-head in that final, wasn't it?
I've never heard a bad word said about JK. Anybody who I've ever spoke to when I've been doing my prep on someone. Maybe too nice.
There's one or two players that can be accused of that, though, as
79.
well. Especially, I think, the younger generation, I feel. Sometimes you've got to learn that little bit of killer instinct.
58. Jimmy require 148.
This is a man who...
He's on a mission, isn't he?
Off the hockey, he's an incredibly nice guy, but on it, he is an absolute warrior.
That's what
43.
I wanted to be like. It's nice to have your values and be respectful and polite, but on the hockey, I wanted to hate everybody. Good thinking from Jamie there.
139.
He could have got the excitement there going for the 180. 140 is easy in a 139, you feel. Will he have a go at it? Because it's tops for a 3-1.
65.
That was just a bit of a
Jimmy
flinger.
140.
Will this be more than just a fling for Jamie Durrant? No, it is just going to be a fling. And so McEwan, to go 3-1 up in this thing, wants tops.
$92. Jimmy require 40.
One out, one in.
Game shot of the fourth.
One
leg,
in,
Jim
one
McEwan.
in. He's playing absolutely superb today, is Jim McEwan. Still blowing them fingers in there. I thought the venue was hotter than I've known it before on a, as we get sort of to the spring, summer months. But every person you speak to and said it's absolutely beautiful conditions, a fantastic setup, professionalism, and the throw is absolutely perfect.
100.
I had my other nephew Lewis up there who's travelled with Jamie, who was on there today, and his words sort of stuck with me. He said, just by doing that, Glenn, my dream now is to play on that stage.
81.
And it can be the dream of absolutely anyone and everyone. And the ADC is giving these players the opportunities to go out and attain that possibility of going through into the likes of the Super Series. Look what it's done for the likes of Stephen Johnston, who never played darts outside of his native Scotland, and now, well, very much a part of the furniture here. You can head over to the ADC website or at Dart Circuit. There's plenty of tournaments, and well, there was tournaments in Middlesbrough, Bedford and Coventry which sold out last night. That's how popular these events are. Basically, you win your local event, you then go into a regional round robin. You win your regional round robin, then you qualify for this particular tournament. And at the end of the year, they're doing a Vault Series finals, which is worth a heck of a lot of money.
Wonder if that one win gets me in.
119.
Fantastic setup there from Jamie.
You require 121.
He's really picked up his average in this match. His momentum's there, but the way this guy is playing, he slid into that treble 5. You can see the disappointment, because it's a lovely feeling, H, when you're up there and you're playing well. There's no better feeling. It's very lonely when you've played 3, lost 3 for Jamie. But that maturity I'm seeing in Jamie is just coming and coming. This is the type of area. Perfect marker. But it doesn't need me, you, his family, or anyone to tell him. He's just got to knuckle down, get away, and start hitting them double. That's been the only difference for me. He's going to get 1 dart to double for the matches, Jim McEwan. That was a bit of a fly. That was lucky that went in the 8.
28.
But Chucky,
Jamie require 20.
just couldn't see out the match. Another opportunity for Jamie. Not like him doing this. This is the expectation of him coming in now.
Flag, Jamie Durrant.
And that double 5's been sort of kind for him. He sort of likes that tops sort of area of the board, but the distress signals that he's sending out has crept into his game. And that's something I'd like to see eradicated. It's nice. I used to beat myself up here. I used to, but all internally. Never show me opponent. I try not to.
100.
Don't give anything away, especially against players like Jim, who just pick up on any kind of matter. But again, this is what this Super Series environment does for a player like Jamie, who is our ADC qualifier this week, is that for players who haven't been used to this stage of darts, the big stage darts in front of the cameras and against some of the elite in the amateur game, you're going to learn things that you won't do playing local comps. And so, yes, of course, you're here to get results, but also need to learn about what these players alongside you in the practice room do. And as a consequence, learn what you need to improve on, or what you do right as well.
And I think he will. I think he's one for self-reflection as well. And I think Jim speaks to his partner when he gets out, and he'll see the positives of today as well. Like I said, he's going to be dangerous in that Group A. It's already whetting the appetite, that Group B already. I can't wait for tomorrow night. But it's all about here and now. Darryl Pilgrim has done what he needed to do. He's got a couple of days at home now, if that's what he chooses to do. And for Andreas Harrysson, I think he'll be thinking, job well done. I'm feeling good. I'm going to be hard to beat in Group B. And Jim McEwan is the one that, with 4 furlongs to go, he's the one who's put in the late finish, and he'll be feeling rather good. For the other 3, Benito will see the strengths and weaknesses of his game so far. Chris Quantock will realise that his game's there, it's got to come out. And for Jamie, the last thing he needs right now is to go into tomorrow on the back of 4 or 5 defeats.
100.
Trebling his way with 1 treble visits down towards a finish. Jim McEwan, 88 after 15. Durrant can only set up and hope.
59.
And so, for Jim McEwan to move on to 16 points in this group and to continue what has been an unbeaten day thus far. He has a little check at the scoreboard just to double see what Durrant's on. And that's a slip. He should have made sure the big 18 for the bullseye. He didn't. And so Durrant has the opportunity to climb the ladder to take us the distance.
I think that was more of a grip issue. You could just sort of see his finger sort of go over his dart there.
44. Jimmy require 40.
Tough to watch him beating himself up, but the positives, Jamie, outweigh the negatives, I promise. He's playing someone who's playing absolutely fantastic today, and Jim McEwan, another 4-2 victory. Played 4-1-4 for Chucky. Chucky is not so lucky today. It's been quality throughout. Very, very solid display there. 4 from 8 on the checkout, and that beautiful sublime 1-5-1 from Jim McEwan. He's here and he wants to be there on Saturday night. He's going to have to do it via Group B, but what a dangerous player he's going to become. Next up, it's Andreas Harrysson against Benito Van De Pas.
Right, just 3 games left to play in Group A, and we can now confirm all of the positions in the table. Darryl Pilgrim has won the group. Andreas Harrysson can catch him on points, but not on leg difference, so he'll go into Group B with Jim McEwan. Benito Van De Pas, Chris Quantock and Jamie Durrant will be in Group C, and Van De Pas has guaranteed that he will not finish bottom of the table. Quantock and Durrant are going to play each other, so one of them will remain on 8 points. And having been at the foot of the field for the entire week, Benito could actually finish as high as 4th. He'll secure that if he gets a victory here. Did beat the league leader, Darryl Pilgrim, 4-1 in his previous outing. So now looking for a win against Andreas Harrysson, who wants to end on a high before resuming the action in Group B tomorrow evening. The pair are about to do battle, and to guide you through it, it's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it's all about finishing with a flourish for both of these players. For Andreas Harrysson, it will be a bit of disappointment that will be tinged upon his face after failing to progress his way through Group A as the winner, especially when you consider that he won 5 out of 5. In fact, he went 6 out of 6, didn't he, in the group? As for Benito Van De Pas, this is very much a learning experience for him, in the fact that he's trying to get his game back to the sort of successes he had before. Well, if he can finish in 4th place, I think that represents a really good first couple of days for him as he continues his developmental path once again. For Andreas Harrysson, the 47-year-old from Malea in Sweden, he takes on the 30-year-old Dutchman from Tilburg. Big Ben, former World Grand Prix quarter-finalist. Will we see Big Ben on the big occasion on Saturday night? We're going to see Danny McNamara on Saturday night. He's the big man for the big occasion, isn't he? Our Irish referee.
Yeah, Benito on the back of his biggest win of the week against top of the table high-flying Darryl Pilgrim.
60.
And next up, it's the guy who's been second best all week in Andreas Harrysson. But confidence should be high for Benito here. I'd love to see him kick on from that very, very nice
44.
victory. It's nice to see him, that little bounce in his step that he's got right at this moment.
Like a coiled spring, isn't he?
26.
Not often you see the Group A sort of finish so early, isn't it?
54.
I mean, the times we've seen it in the penultimate match or the final match of the week. All these players are playing for kicking in for tomorrow still. It's really important that you finish
100.
with a flurry.
Finishing with a flourish, that's what it's all about here at the Super Series, because as we mentioned a little while ago,
99.
everyone's going to be starting 0, but you can have that advantage of giving yourself a little bit of confidence if you can finish on a high, especially for Benito. I mean, that's a tough Group C.
60.
Yeah, we've talked an awful lot about Group A. Just going to go through the runners and riders. Benito Van De Pas, Chris Quantock, Jamie Durrant, Justin Smith, who you really fancy,
134.
Colin Osborne and Martin Grierson. Which two do you pick from that? And I'll go for Group B and I'll stick my neck out in the tough group.
Yes. Oh, hello. You all right, Danny?
170.
Someone get him a voice. Sweet.
I think you had your voice there.
He's doing the impression of me, wasn't he?
59. Andreas
He's a
Harrysson,
fisherman's friend.
75.
Yeah, whenever I was poorly, your mum would say, have a fisherman's friend and suck on that.
50. Benito, you require
Or give me Lucozade
111.
whenever I had the cold. Travel 20. That one left double 16.
46.
Just doesn't seem to be the spark in
required
Andreas's
25.
game right now. More often we see him take 20 darts to finish a leg of darts. 21 even.
Game shot of the first leg, Andreas Harrysson.
Give him a dart at a double H. It's not often he lets you down.
Just feels like a couple of players who may just go through the motions in this
Like
game,
Benito
knowing that
to
their
throw first.
campaigns are finished.
Game on.
Because look, the adrenaline that's naturally going through your body is going to come and go as Benito once again begins a leg on the 19s. So look, that
99.
natural adrenaline's just it's just going to waver from your body a little bit.
I would have said so for Andreas because it, you know, once again he's sampling that disappointment this time of coming second in the Group A,
96.
whereas last time he just missed out on the finals night by a small margin. But Benito, after that big win over Darryl Pilgrim, I thought he would come in here and
60.
really lay a marker down. But the darts are going in better. Like I said, he start from real scratch and eliminate those 5s and 1s that crept into his game. He's using a strategy now of using a
55.
big 19 as his marker. It always seems to be after a low score as well.
58. $100. $74.
Yeah, it's just gone a little bit quiet for Benito, surprisingly. And that's the perfect dart for Andreas.
83.
And that's where the disappointment, the difference between scoring an 83 with a last dart treble to a first one that was plumb. But he has left to finish.
100.
That's a nice
Andreas
last dart from
Harrysson,
Benito to set up a finish.
167.
So couldn't this be the highest finish of the week?
41. Benito, you require 110. $50. Andreas, you require 126.
Well, he has been the king of the ton toppers this week, Andreas Harrysson, but he's not going to add the 126 to the list this time, and so Van Der Pas back for
56.
60 to level
Benito, you
things up
require
at one
60.
apiece.
not the ideal. Hence the closing of the eye there, just the way them darts sit up.
50.
And what I found incredible, Darryl
And there's
Gurney's
your
worked out a
requires
way
70.
how to eliminate, and he throws right from the point of the dart.
Calls it the flatty, doesn't he?
Yeah.
56.
And Dirty Harry won't be
Benito
happy.
require 10.
And a pass back for double 5. That might be the
Game on
moment
second
which
leg,
his
Benito
particular
Van De
match
Pas.
comes alive.
Double 4 and double 5 have been so generous this week to the dart players. How could I see them
Per leg,
go for that
Andreas
dart?
to
They
throw first.
seem to
Game
ping
on.
it.
Yeah, double 4, double 5 has been the darting hive this week. It's Pilgrim who's going to be
60.
through with a hop, skip and jive through to Saturday night's final, which we're going to bring you live. And you can be here.
131.
Scan the Tungsten T-Rex or head over to dartshop.tv. It's a £1 booking fee. Plus, we have this incredible offer. Free drinks for a tenner. We're based down at the Modus Live
60.
Lounge on the beautiful south coast city of Portsmouth, right by the coast, right by the sea. You can have an excellent day out. Go down the beach, have a couple of drinks. There's a nice
81.
Italian just up the road as well. Come and enjoy some darts. Your perfect Saturday.
It's no Middlesbrough though, is it?
85.
May even get to have a selfie of Glenn Durrant.
Oh, look at all the cancellations now. The numbers are going down.
59.
Just got a little bit scrappy this game. As if the air has sucked away all the adrenaline
13.
out of both of these two players. But you can see Benito's realising. And he's got chances. So sometimes it's all about timing and getting the players at the right time. And maybe Andreas is suffering with the
46.
after effects of Darryl Pilgrim cementing his victory and being top.
In Benito's case going into this week, could it have been so hard for him to try and
100.
chase being the player he used to be again instead of maybe starting from scratch?
See, the thing is, he knew where his game was. He more than anybody. I never sort of hid the fact when I was travelling to tournaments that I was nowhere near being in the form I wanted to be. My practice regime was not the same. It was hard to read with Benito. He's not big on social media. He didn't give an awful lot away in the interview with you.
100. Benito, you require 84.
But don't forget he had an elbow injury as well. He may not have picked the darts up for himself coming into this competition as he looks at two doubles again.
44. Andreas, you require 83.
But I think now he can go away today thinking, well, at least I know where I am right now. Look, he's in 4th place now on 10 points.
58. Benito, you require 40. Game shot on the
And
third
once
leg.
again, the
Benito
timing
Van
is
De Pas.
ideal because what I can say is at least he can tick the box that his doubles have been fine. He just needs to find
Fourth leg,
from
Benito
somewhere,
to throw first.
whether it's this week, this
Game
month,
on.
this year, he needs to find his scoring boots because the game's evolving. The younger players coming through, the players that the scoring is massive now. If you want to be an elite player, you have to get down to
83.
1-2-1 after 9 darts in a majority of the time. I think the winner next week in Champions Week will be someone who can score heavily,
140.
finish 40%, but also have a B game to win a couple of games 4-3 ugly.
Now,
60.
I've given you one of the fixtures. Shall I give you some more fixture teases for the next couple of days?
You can tell me the first game of in the morning.
First game in the morning, Jamie Dolan up
80.
against Martin Grierson.
Oh.
Then the first round of fixtures in Group C will then see Colin Osborne take on Benito Van De Pas. And then Justin Smith up against Chris Quantock. Matthew Edgar's first ever game here
141.
under this roof in the evening session is against Richie Parkin.
Come on, Richie.
100.
By game 3, if he didn't win the Ice of the Masters, I could have made the gag, well, that's as long as he's been in a competition for a while. But
You're bullying me from the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then you're going to
57.
start on Pooh and Matthew Edgar on the Thursday. P.S. Leave that to me. Hold my coat.
Nothing like a good bit of team camaraderie, is there?
123.
Excellent board manager there from the Swede to leave a 2-dart combo. And Benito at 160. Is a step too far.
40.
And there's them fives creeping into the game again. That'll frustrate him.
Tots of Harrysson. Double 10. And we are at 2 apiece.
Andreas Harrysson.
Both players just really cancelling each other out, aren't they?
Just has a feel that there's not an awful lot in this game, but
Andreas
what I would say to both players right now,
Game on.
you don't want to leave this building with your last game with a defeat. It's a best of 3 now. Forget any disappointments, fatigue, anything.
140.
And treat these like a couple of local league games.
A little bit like a vault game, which you could be a part of as well, courtesy of the ADC. There's events all over the country tonight. There's events in Dagenham,
30.
Falkirk, Bexhill-on-Sea, Hertfordshire, Stockton, Montrose, Stroud, Workington, Aylesbury, St Helens, Hull, Solihull, Chester, Redcar. You get the drift.
70.
Stockton and Redcar, about 5 miles from my house. But isn't it great to see that? Who said amateur darts is dead?
Very much alive.
Flying. And every single one of them going to the vault will be thinking, I would love a place. And what we're watching right now, that's why you've got to grab the opportunity when opportunity knocks. Sensational once again from the Swede to leave the Nelson.
That's unlucky.
99. Andreas
Unlucky was 99 with your answer. You nearly cost us. Good
That
job,
was
sir.
just red balloons.
Treble 17. Look at the 14 bed now. And to leave a
51.
2-dart combination. You're wondering why he's gone on the 19s. A single one of them again.
76.
How many times? How many
Andreas
times this week?
60.
That really was a dangler.
Game
That's very
number
much a
flag,
double for
Andreas
Harrysson to lead
Harrysson.
3-2.
He just looks a really nice man, Andreas,
Six
doesn't
leg
he?
Benito
He is.
to Rovers.
Just
Game on.
by his demeanour, by, you know, he doesn't say an awful lot. I'm trying to think who he reminded me of. He looked at me this morning. Jose de Souza can just sometimes be
38.
looking at you and I'm like, what you looking at, what you staring at, but, you know, they don't say an awful lot, but great personalities.
Yeah, we've got a really nice practice room this week, it
100.
has to be said. All the players have... I'll tell you what, you know, you got really good practice room, and I always walk in past the practice room because the commentary box is the adjacent room to it. And every single one of them
139.
came up and said hello this morning.
Must be me then. They all blanked me.
100.
You always say to people, I'm happy giving critique. But I'll also give
77.
praise where necessary. I think that's the job of a commentator now. You know, at times I couldn't be why have you said that and what makes you think that, but I'm happy to praise. If you're doing something I don't like,
100.
there was on Monday, there was a lot of big numbers missed, wasn't there, on combination finishes.
Yeah, Monday's a weird day. It's a great day for scoring, but it wasn't so much for the finishing, was it?
33.
Yeah, the 180s have been flying in this week, haven't they? Jim's got the record. Jim McEwan with 20 at the moment.
55. Benito Iroquois 114.
A double 16.
82.
Unorthodox way of going, but it nearly
Andreas
worked.
Iroquois 146.
To win the game to some tune, a 146. He won his last game, Andreas Harrysson, of a 106.
43.
And of course,
Benito
beat Darryl
Iroquois,
Pilgrim with that
32.
120 as well. He likes to finish on a high.
I always
Game
feel
Channel
confident
6
when
leg,
Benito needs a
Van De
double.
Pas.
And that's what I'll say to him if he asks me, what do you think? How do you think I played? Well, if you can get down to a double, Benito, you've got every
Seventh and
chance of winning
final
any
leg,
game you play.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I used to, when my scoring wasn't at its best age, what I used to do was 60 points, straight 60 is 1 point, 100 2 points, and get myself to 50
100.
points. Just focusing on throwing straight, learning again from 60 to 100, eliminating those fives and ones, I would say, to Benito. There's been too many big fives for my liking for him this
60.
week.
Well, if he can take the scalp of Harrysson, he's taken both of the top two today, and that will give him a plethora of confidence going into
125.
tomorrow and Friday's action.
And confirms fourth place. You know, and a lot of this week he's been sat at the bottom, and you know, when you're in the players area and the tables
58.
there, you know, that'll have been on his mind. So he probably walks away. I don't know if he's here on his own. I assume he is. I've seen no one around with him, but they're the positives that you can have. And like I say, 4 or 5 days on the spin playing
43.
darts, a young fit lad like he is. He might come out the blocks tomorrow. It's going to be really interesting.
99.
Colin Osborne versus Jamie Durrant. That's big news at home. Past and the present.
Colin Osborne, who could win the World Darts Championship and the
95.
World Pool Championship.
Is he got a pool as well?
Very good. Very good. Just as good as me.
Is he nearly as good as me?
I've never seen you play.
58. Andreas Harrysson 138.
I feel a feature coming along. Could this be a game winner for Harrysson? Oh, yes. Double 12 to finish in style once again.
And
what is it about Andreas Harrysson and ton plus finishes to win matches? Because so far today, he's won a game for 120, he's won a game for 106, and now he ends of a 138 to beat Benito Van De Pas by 4 legs to 3. When he went through the gears towards the end of that one, did Andreas Harrysson. Benito Van De Pas will return for action in Group C on Thursday and Friday. We're going to take a short break. It's McEwan against Pilgrim, and this could be an absolute corker.
Welcome back. Just a couple of games left, and one of them features the player of the day against the player of the group. Jim McEwan has won all 4 of his matches so far and is looking to do what Darryl Pilgrim did yesterday and what Andreas Harrysson did the day before, and that is produce a clean sweep of wins in Group A. It has been enough to get him into Group B, but Pilgrim has already sealed top spot and will be in finals night on Saturday. So looking to end a successful campaign on a high. And to talk you through it, it's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, it's been a magical day for McEwan at the Super Series. He's already doubled his points tally from the first 2 days on the third day here. And a perfect day, I mean, you move on to 18 points. And only in the end, 4 points off Andreas Harrysson and Darryl Pilgrim. And then be looking at a slow start on days 1 and 2. And thought if he could have rectified that, then he could be through to Saturday night's final. But up against him, Pilgrim, who... Well, this is going to be the last time we're going to see him now until Saturday evening, having secured his passage through to finals night on Saturday evening, and you can join us as well. It's a 7:30 p.m. start, and tickets, well, they're available from dartshop.tv, where you can scan a QR code for the tickets for the remainder of this series. I believe Series 4 tickets will be available as well via that website very, very soon. So if you want to book a Saturday night trip down to Portsmouth and watch the finals wherever you are in the country, or indeed, of course, around the world as well, then you can do dartshop.tv. And as well, while you're there, you can also book tickets for the World Seniors and the Masters, which will be taking place at Westlands in Yeovil in June.
Yeah, I think that's the same weekend as Glastonbury as well. I don't know my geography too good, but I'm sure Yeovil and Glastonbury are fairly close to each other.
59.
Pretty much the same place. Might be able to hear who... I don't know who is the headline act at Glastonbury this year.
No, I don't know either.
I'll have to Google that, but you may be able to hear them from outside the outside the venue.
Is it Pitbull? One thing I've learned is...
Is it George
music...
Michael or Wham?
Yeah. Jim McEwan will be looking for 5 out of 5 today. Something he's done many, many times. Darryl Pilgrim, he won't want to lose this game. He'll probably realise that Jim will be on the up. And just want to put this one to bed. It's been a while since we've seen Darryl, since he last beat Benito.
134, Jimmy O'Hare, 66.
Double 18.
Game shot of the first leg, Jim McEwan.
He's like a different man today, isn't he?
There's a bee which has found McEwan's bonnet, and I think that he's used all of that and expunged it into his darts. Just to confirm, it's Elton John who's headlining Glastonbury this year, which I suppose is quite apt, because for Darryl Pilgrim it will be a case of goodbye Yellow Brick Road for a couple of days following the conclusion of this game. But the question is, who will still be standing come Saturday night?
95.
Let's hope it's not Nikita.
For one of these players, I'll be hoping, don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my darts. You couldn't if you tried.
56.
Well, Benito's tried this week. The amount of bounce outs he's had. But once again, Jim McEwan, albeit only very early in this match, just come out the blocks flying. 1 from 1 on the doubles.
59.
This is the Jim McEwan we all know and love here at the MODUS Super Series. A guy who has been absolutely terrific and is so thankful for the opportunities that the MODUS Super Series has given him. There was that season where he was playing challenge to a MODUS Super Series, getting invited to the Pro Tour. They're both throwing darts.
135.
We're seeing this more and more and more. It was something that the likes of Paul Lynn began doing in the background, and now it's kind of been adopted more 50. Over on these shores. So Cam Crabtree do it last week, seen Darryl Pilgrim do it this week.
Yeah, Kai Fan Lung was the guy who I saw doing. I remember watching the World Cup, the WDF, and he was really part of. I think as he walked to the hockey, he threw the fake dart.
121.
Jim's putting him to the sword so far.
91.
Just the 105 average as he enters the conclusion of this second leg. A double 10.
81. Darryl O'Hare
That's where the standards are right now here. She was so disappointed with that double 10.
You can tell when Jim's disappointed with a dart because you'll hear a cry of "ooh" come from his face.
100.
A bit like my commentary on a 9-darter.
You can understand what he said. Double 5 for McEwan. 2-0
2-0
McEwan and a break-in throw. He's halfway towards the perfect day. The 5 out of 5. And the way he's playing would make him a humongous threat when it comes to Group B on tomorrow and Friday night. And what a sumptuous lineup we have for that group tomorrow. And you do not want to divert your eyes away from the Super Series. Do not divert your eyes away here, because the beginning of leg 3 sees McEwan nail in the max. And have a look at that for an average.
57.
And he continues.
He's already had a 105.13 earlier today, the highest of the week. He was averaging well over that, finishing with a 97 in his third game. If you're being hypercritical, he's starting these matches superbly well.
140.
And you see it out for the full 4 legs, because this is beautiful to watch. And the main man this week, Darryl Pilgrim, has been by far the second best totally throughout this game. And all credit to Jim McEwan. I got there in the end.
Well, this is just how good the stand has been. Is it feels like we've said so many times the players left 81 after 9. It feels like we've said so many times the maximum for Pilgrim. He's left himself a finish after 9. And so McEwan may have to take this out. This is for an 11. Double 12.
Bends the wire.
69.
That is unfortunate.
And Jim McEwan's crime in this leg could be missing a couple of darts at double for a 12-darter. But he's going to get away with it. Pilgrim smashing into the single 5. And you can see with the shake of the head, he knows that he should have kept that straight. To at least give him a second bite of the cherry. So McEwan's back for 3-0.
No score.
And how to ruin an average in 5
require
darts.
80.
2-darter double 12, nothing wrong at all. We didn't really attack that double 6 because of the fear, I think, of double 3. And it's 1-darter tops.
40.
We're just seeing a different side to Darryl here now. It's all just been a little bit too easy for him. Now he's in with a real tungsten Titanic.
Jim McEwan.
And it's Jim McEwan who leads 3-0. And what a tussle this match is.
Fourth leg, Darryl to
averaging 98 despite missing 6 darts at double.
Yeah, it was 110 if that first dart goes in a double 12H.
100.
That's why I get so frustrated with the averages, Glenn. Me averages this, me. I might as well just tell you what your checkout reference is.
Could this conceivably be the final at around about 11 o'clock on Saturday night?
There's still just too many good players, isn't it, to come? We haven't even seen Justin Smith. We haven't seen Scott Mitchell. We haven't seen Colin Osborne yet. And
82.
Many, many more. So it'd be unfair to disregard any of the players that are due to come so far. But Darryl, you know, he looks good for Saturday night. He's there. It's job done for him. 2 days at home could be absolutely massive for him. Just
60.
keep himself loose. I wouldn't play an awful lot on the dartboard. I would just loosen the arm each day, but I certainly wouldn't be putting 2 days of heavy practice in.
93.
Yeah, we talked
60.
an awful lot about Darryl Pilgrim only needing 1 leg. He actually hasn't done that yet. It was thanks to Andreas Harrysson losing to Chris Quantock. That cemented
56.
that place.
Enough to make you jump off your seat.
He's had everything this week, Darryl Pilgrim. We've been talking about he hasn't secured that leg yet. Albeit he is already there Saturday night. And what a way that would have been.
125.
That's the dart. I like the bullseye here, Hitch.
99.
Just to leave
Darryl
that
Pilgrim,
76
45.
finish. You know, you'd expect it with the 25 at least. Could be a foregone conclusion with 2 darts for Darryl Pilgrim. That nice 45 finish there just brings him back in the game. It's still an outside chance because even if it went the full distance, Chucky will be thrown in 2 of them 3 darts, 2 of them 3 legs. There's that perfect overhead angle. You see the dart going in, and when you see it fluently go in there, Darryl's not looking.
40.
And the last thing he wants to hear is a 140 or a 180 chant.
$140.
Chucky is chucking and chucking quite well.
Not a lot of difference there, though, on the power pack.
59.
Just the 180 difference.
But it's been the timing, hasn't it, for McEwan that's been the big difference in this one.
115.
And because of that, Scott, I think it's forcing Jim now to go on the 18s for the first dart on 302. That's worked nicely. Another one of them would be nice. Now it'll be treble 20 to hopefully leave the 170. But he's done that a couple of times on that transition from the 18s to the 20. And sort of sank into the 1. And all of a sudden, Darryl Pilgrim is back in the race.
Well, at 3-0 up, it felt like a possession
59.
for McEwan, but Pilgrim's worked his way back into it. He may well get 6 on 150. He may well only need 3. McEwan back on the fish. Well, he went 3 bullseyes. Okay, Darryl.
42.
That's a little bit naughty.
70.
Well, Jim's never wanted a 170 more than this one.
$57.
Go on, Darryl. Go 8 bull.
You'll stay there for double 16.
92. Jimmy require 113.
And I would go bull 13, bull now 100%. For treble 18. Not this time. It's looking like 3-2.
49. Darryl requires 16.
And in a match where he's been second best throughout. And this is for a breaker throw.
Game shot of the 5th
He's
leg.
right back in the mix
Pilgrim.
because it's Darryl's darts now. And if he can take it a 3-3, it will make Jim McEwan think.
6th leg Darryl to throw first. Game on.
You never discredit and discount a man like Darryl Pilgrim. Don't underestimate how important it will be to leave for a win, just to leave your endemic mark ahead of Saturday's campaign, because remember, he's not going to be here for a couple of days. And so you just want to leave a little marker to say, well, the reason why I'm not going to be playing the next couple of days, that's because I feel like I'm the man to beat. And he has been hard to stop. He's only been stopped 3 times in 14 matches.
95.
You're going to see Darryl Pilgrim on Saturday night. We'll be seeing you on Saturday night. Do come and join us at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth if you've got the facilities to do exactly that. Tickets available courtesy of dartshop.tv. And scan this QR code, which features our favourite tungsten T-Rex, to obtain your tickets to the show.
$82.
Just gone a little bit quiet for McEwan. Is he thinking of the last leg decider already?
100.
The last leg, or as we like to call it, the Adam Hills.
I'm going to say that's begging a max.
100.
Come on, he shouts.
80, Darryl 108.
He's certainly not thinking of a last leg decider. He wants to put it away now, but he likes this route for a fat 19. A double 16. That is absolutely sensational. There's the smile from Jim McEwan. That 180 could have put some pressure on there, but what he must do now is focus, because 5 out of 5 in this
Seven
group
and final 8, Jim to throw
is a real confidence boost going into tomorrow. And he just needs to forget friendships, laughter for the next 15 darts. Throw with absolute authority for his 4th again. How many times has he thrown 4 180s in a match today? My stato friend will tell you.
The 3rd time. That is incredible. You couldn't finish on a 9, could he? You couldn't finish with a 9, Jim.
You had to ruin it, didn't you? Every time you mention it. All I wanted was a oh, hello. That's all I wanted from you. Then they go in.
Incredibly for McEwan, it's pretty much feast or famine when it comes to the maximums. 4 in his first game, none in his second, 4 in his third, 1 in his fourth, 4 in his fifth.
What was that conversation you had with him yesterday? Because it sparked him. Doesn't like that first start, but because 224 is begging another 20, I would have gone down on the 19s there. I think it's more the number
43.
Dictated this second dart because it wasn't ideal for him. So why not go for a big wide open treble 19? Cracking dart, Darryl.
140.
Superb player. So impressed. And we'll see you Saturday night. Well, be absolutely no surprise to me that the £5,000 cheque goes to you, and more importantly, a massive week in Champions Week next week.
127 isn't going to win the game. And so McEwan 81 to get the job done and to claim a 4-3 success.
Don't underestimate how good a quality that last dart was. Love that. He's given himself a dart. A double 8. Oh, which way is he going? I think that's a miscount.
79.
He's left himself on double 1.
I doubted myself. I've done it a million times. 25, 16 tops, 25, 20, double 18. I doubted myself there. What an absolute sickening to stop you winning 5 out of 5. Is it Darryl Pilgrim's week? Potentially. What an amazing end to a fantastic match. It's Jim McEwan that ran into a 3-0 lead, looking absolutely sublime throughout. He was looking for that unbeaten run, but for Darryl Pilgrim, it's been an absolutely unbelievable week. So solid, very enjoyable. Nothing really to separate them throughout that game. Some great finishing, high scoring. Another 4 maximums from Jim McEwan, who can go away today thinking, Group B, I'm coming for you. For Darryl Pilgrim, he's off home, but he'll be here Saturday night. And the final game of Group A, it's Chris Quantock against Jamie Durrant. Up after this short break.
Well, Darryl has done it. Darryl Pilgrim wins Group A and is the first man through to finals night. It's the last week before Champions Week as well. We'll start with that, actually, because you were in Champions Week Series 1 semi-finalist. So how big will it be for you to get back there?
Yeah, it'd be good because I want to improve on it, so I want to win the whole thing.
And you've been doing good stuff in the PDC as well. So, I mean, this could be, if your career goes the way you want it to be, the last year you could be in the MODUS Super Series. So to get a win is important, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, I do really like playing down here, but I was kind of hoping last year was going to be my last year. But January didn't go my way, but I still played well, but didn't go my way.
Just on today, first match was against Andreas Harrysson. You knew it was between you two. You could have pretty much wrapped it up then. When he beat you, were there any thoughts of, oh, here we go?
Yeah, there was, and I thought about it too much when I played, because I thought if I do win this, then it almost is done. And that just what happened, unfortunately. But I'm still happy to prevail.
It is done now. We'll take a look at the table just to get confirmation. Top of it there, 2 points clear in the end of Andreas Harrysson. But, I mean, we've seen today from some of the other players, Jim McEwan, especially the last one you played, he stopped him winning all 5 matches. So a really good achievement to win that group.
Yeah. My first aim was to be in the top 3, to at least get into the evening group. But, yeah, I'm over the moon to win the group. Over the moon.
And what's the plan between now and getting back here on Saturday?
I'm actually going to go home for a couple of days because luckily I don't live too far away, so I can actually go home. But yeah, rest up and come back strong for Saturday.
Bit of practice or leave him alone?
Not tomorrow. I might have a throw Friday. I'll rest my arm tomorrow. But yeah.
I'm sure the rest of the field will be fearing Darryl Pilgrim on finals night. We've got one more match to come in this group and then a couple of double session days of darts here. Congratulations, Darryl. We'll see you again on Saturday and we'll get the action underway in the last match with Henry and Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great to hear from Darryl Pilgrim and to get his perspective on things. And do you know what? I like that remark where he said he hoped that last year was his last year playing here because it shows the ambition that he has.
And rightly so from what I've seen, obviously Monday to Wednesday this week. I mean, I knew the name, I know the name, I know who he was, but to see him so close like this, yeah, he's got absolutely everything that he needs to be a professional player. I mean, there's another huge step up. But he's demonstrated already in Pro Tours he's played this year. He's had 100 averages to beat Jamie Hughes and somebody else who's when I was looking. So the game's there.
First leg, Chris,
yeah, and I fully expect him to get through Q School at the end of this year if he continues working hard.
As you say, he doesn't get it automatically off the Challenge Tour as well.
Yeah, I was just sort of looking at the Challenge Tour rankings as I was looking for Chris Quantock's name from Q School, so yeah, opportunities there for him. He's a real top-notch player, and potentially a winner not only for this week, but just whets the appetite for next week. I mean,
60.
I had a look at a post from Nick Kenny this morning, his Super League team, and just another name that stands out every time I'm seeing his averages is John Worsley. I mean, there's a statement and a case for every single player that's there next week. Scott Taylor, when 61. I was here, they've all got this wonderful A game.
60.
Well, you look at Champions Week and you look at the names that are going to be in it. Cam Crabtree is number 7 on that order met. Owen Bates number 10 in that order met. Lucas Vennig 15. Darryl Pilgrim could be here next week if he gets through. He's 16th in that particular order of merit. 50. Then you look at later on this week, Scott Mitchell's in the top 24 those rankings as well. Klassen just outside the top 32. And that's mainly because you didn't play a round of those 39 events either, so that may not even be a fair reflection on the way that he's played.
It's going to be exciting. This game's going to be quick fire, that's for sure.
108.
They still just feed off each other. Is he going to stay there for double 18?
72. Jamie requires 68.
I think the pair of these two players, if they can start peppering the doubles.
Game shot of the first leg, Jamie.
That'll feel nice. I do think that they like to play each other, these two.
Well, there's a saying in boxing, isn't it, where stars make fights, and I think there's a very similar feel to darts matches as well. Two players who get going at a rat-a-tat-tat pace can really feed off each other.
121.
Yeah, they're very similar, aren't they? I mean, much more experience with a man in your picture there, Chris Quantock.
41.
Being a Pro Tour card holder, the dream for this man in your picture there. It's about work-life balance. He's got a young family. He's working offshore.
60.
But I think still the dream there is to be a professional dart player. So many people were telling me to finish my work, finish your job and go and be a dart player, but I did it in my time. And Jamie will make the right decisions for his family because, look, the beauty of the PDC is fantastic if you're in the top 16. The top 32, you're making a very, very nice living. But after that, it's tough. You know, when you're being beat most weeks, then you've got to start looking at your
81.
You know, you as a person, because it's tough, you know, when you're playing games and losing, it can suck and drain the energy out of you.
60.
So it's not all rainbows and smiles and everything. It's a tough old skill for a reason. That's why the first word is professional.
40. Chris, you require 160.
I forgot how good it was when I was in the top 16. Just invites into every TV tournament, Euro tours. Just didn't probably enjoy the moment.
60.
Well, yes, I enjoyed the moment, didn't grasp it.
Is it because then you chase more? Because darts players inevitably get greedy.
I moaned about a late flight.
100.
I moaned about everything that was not important. As Chris Quantock looks at tops.
Game shot on the second leg, Chris
Considering
Quantock.
they're not being good on the doubles so far, these two this week. Both of them are very happy the way they've got to 1-1. A 68 finish for Jamie Durrant.
Game on.
And a sublime 100 there from Chris Quantock.
Right, this is the last game of the group. We're going to be back tomorrow. Double day of darts. Now, just a reminder once again that we begin at the earlier time tomorrow of the later time. Get me times of the day mixed up. The later time of the day of 1 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Remember, we're live here on Sporty Stuff TV from 3. And we're going to be bringing you Group C action first of all. And that's going to see Benito Van De Pas, these two players on your screen, alongside Colin Osborne, Justin Smith and Martin Grierson in action. And then Group B is just an absolute delight. Andreas Harrysson, Jim McEwan, Matt Edgar, Richie Park and Scott Mitchell. That
93
is going to be some night of darts. So do join us. What's going to be a tungsten feast throughout the course of the weekend.
And I think what's important there, the Group B, 3 from 5 go through. And Group C is 2 from 6, so it's going to be very tricky to get out of both groups. Group B, you could argue, is a little tougher, although I'd argue on potential and possibilities of players. But that group, you know, picking 3 from 5 from that Group B. I'm hoping that's not a question from Chris Murphy when I go upstairs in a second.
Now you just said they absolutely will be. Be great having Murph. Last couple of weeks, he's off to the Netherlands after today's session to commentate on Euro Tour action with Chris Mason and Dan Dawson at the weekend.
122.
And so I'm going to head upstairs. Nico's going to come here. You're going to stay where you are. It's like musical chairs, but you stay put.
No, I'm going to sit there. I'm going to wind up Nico.
Jamie require 32.
I'm going to put all my papers over here as Jamie looks at 32. Doubles have been the success in this game. Who'd have thought that between these two players? But it'll feel good for Jamie if he can get through this game. It'll feel good for Chris Quantock if they can get through this game. That's why they're both giving it all. Integrity, professionalism is so important. And the last thing Jamie wants to do is go into tomorrow by losing all 5 of his games today. But if he's watching and you know, your positives outweigh your negatives. You've done absolutely fantastic this week. You're progressing all the time. Just get your head down and come back tomorrow fighting, because the support back home and the messages I'm getting from everybody is quite simple. If only you could hit his doubles.
How many players have we said that about, though, over the years? And I know it sounds stupidly easy, but sometimes it can be those things that literally do make a difference.
I think it has. I think my assessment of Jamie is, and Chris Quantock, they can score with the best of them. And this guy here has nowhere near lived up to his potential this week. And I still think this is a surprise for him. I think Jamie's doing what I thought he may do. He knew coming into this week what he needed to do. Plenty of time on his hands. But this guy, I promise you, and you know him well, H. I know that.
Jamie
but just being up north gives me that advantage. He can do anything he wants to.
96.
Lovely pace to this game.
Yeah, this is top stuff, isn't it? Well, have a look at this. For a rally for Quantock.
139.
So,
Jamie O'Hara,
64. For Jamie, for 3-1. It's going to be tops.
24.
But it's not going to be 3-1 yet.
O'Hara, 64.
And so Quantock returns to the 64 to level the game up.
Game shot of the
And
fourth
that's
leg,
exactly
Chris
what he does.
Quantock.
So, 2 apiece in our final game of the day here at the MODUS Super Series. A
Fifth
reminder,
leg,
back
Chris
tomorrow
to
morning.
throw first. Game on.
1 p.m. start here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. As Quantock kicks off leg 5 in fine fettle.
57.
Missed double 12. For a 9 earlier on this week. Glenn Durrant's made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy about all of the action that's taken place today. And depart.
105.
Here until tomorrow. Chris Murphy will be departing stage left. Thank him for his efforts over the last couple of weeks. And then Paul Nicholson will be back with us tomorrow. As Quantock looks to climb the ladder. But he's not going to find the top rung. But he's going to find himself on double 10 upon his return after 12.
46. Chris O'Hara, 20.
Double 10. 1 left.
Game shot of the fifth leg.
Finds it.
Chris
Leads
Quantock.
3-2. It goes within a leg of the match.
Sixth leg, Jamie to throw.
And it's going to be Jamie Durrant with the darts to extend this game into a final leg.
93. $96.
Of course, this is important as well in terms of the weekly head-to-heads because these two will be playing each other in Group C, and so you will want that one up
76.
going into Thursdays and Fridays battles against each other.
96. $140.
Good time 40 for Quantock, leaves himself on 189. Durrant with a treble will find himself on a finish.
100.
And he's going to get a go at the 154, but how handy is Chris Quantock going to leave this? The answer is going to be quite.
99. Jamie O'Hara, 150.
Leaves himself on 90, should guarantee a dart at the bull. He's going to come back for the match, Chris Quantock.
43. Chris O'Hara, 90.
For the match. Stay straight. Doesn't. Moves the other side, and so Durrant is back for the Nelson, the 1-1-1.
40. Jamie O'Hara, 111.
Triple 17 with left tops, and so Quantock will return 2 darts in his hand for the match, unless he decides to go for the bull, of course. But he was never going to do that. He was always going to find tops. And Chris Quantock rounds off Group A with a 4-2 success over Jamie Durrant, which means it is going to be JD who consigns himself to the bottom of the table at the end of the group. Those are statistics then from our final game of Group A, where in the end it's Darryl who will make the pilgrimage to Saturday night's final. He's the Group A winner from Andreas Harrysson in second place. Glenn Durrant's made his way all the way up to the balcony to have a chat about all the action. Alongside on the balcony, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Well, we'll take a look at that table to confirm those positions as Pilgrim, as Henry said, has won the group through to finals night. Worthy winner, Glenn?
Oh, absolutely. I think it was a good fight between him and Andreas, and Jim McEwan coming back today. But yeah, the rightful winner.
Those two players in Group B, Chris Quantock, Benito Van De Pas and Jamie Durrant going into Group C. Now, Jamie has lost all his matches today. Difficult position for you as an uncle, but just purely as a pundit, It's all about what you've been saying in comms, isn't it? Remembering you reset to 0, same as everybody else tomorrow.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's what Henry was saying there. But there's elements of the game I'd like to work on with Jamie. But like I said, until he comes to me, I won't. But I just think a little bit more composure without affecting that free-flowing style of his. But at times it was a little bit disappointing. He'd be gutted because he's such an overthinker there. But Chris Quantock could still be dangerous this week.
Was there a little bit of a mistake in really focusing on that first match today, and then when he didn't win that, it just was a hangover for the rest of the day?
And if it was, then he needs to lessons learned. If you do things, then next time make sure that you don't focus specifically on one game. He was desperate for that third place to play Richie Park in that night session there, and they were the kind of things. But he's got the opportunity to play a real legend of Teesside darts in Colin Osborne. There's so many positives to come from this week from him. He can't be too down. You've got to then get the glass half full, come back tomorrow and get into it while everyone's on 0 points.
Well, you mentioned those players. Let's take a look at the groups for the rest of the week. So Darryl Pilgrim, as we said, the winner. He's safe through to finals night, going home, coming back on Saturday. Group B, Andreas Harrysson, Jim McEwan, Matthew Edgar, Richie Parkin and Scott Mitchell. Now, that looks like a very tough group. I'm going to come back to it, Glenn, but Group C is Van De Pas, Quantock, Durrant, Colin Osborne coming in, Justin Smith, a danger, and Martin Grierson as well. Pick one from that Group B, Glenn, to win the group, because you said you didn't want me to ask you that question.
Pick one. I'll go with Scott Mitchell still. I'm a big fan of Scott Mitchell, but if Jim McEwan... I mean, it's tough, but one name, Scott Mitchell.
A couple of players in there as well, in Mitchell and Edgar, that have commentated here on the Super Series. Of course, we saw Chris Mason go the very last week and win it in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, Scott Mitchell could very easily still be a professional dart player. Just the fact that he was doubles crippled a bit that end, but also not qualifying for some Euro events. He's probably not had a great senior so far, but he played for England this week and he averaged 96, which was really nice. Be interesting to see how he deals with the situation and being here as well, but I can't wait for Group B.
Yeah, so you can see Scotty Dog make his debut on the Super Series stage tomorrow night, 10 p.m. We will be back from 1 p.m. on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, Group C getting underway, and then from 3 live on Sporty Stuff TV. But as for Group A, well, it was delight for Darryl as Pilgrim prevailed and he is first through to finals night. Bye for now.